This Honorable House resume its sitting. First, I'd like to apologize for the late start to the listening public and to everyone. Pleasant good morning to all. At this time, I'll call on Honorable Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to stand before the members of this honorable house this morning to give my contribution to the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, I ask for your kind permission to refer to my notes as the standing Finance Committee report, as well as additional notes that would have been taken to be able to add some context to my discussions here today.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. We've heard great discourse surrounding the many areas and portfolios under the government of the Virgin Islands in relation to how finances are budgeted to seek to remedy the various matters that we seek to accomplish in 2023. Of course, we've heard contributions pertaining to the Premier's office as it pertains to economic development opportunities, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor, the Ministry of Communication and Works, and it speaks to varied aspects of our society: health, the environment, economic development as stated, infrastructural development, as well as educational development and advancement. Mr. Speaker, I want to, in detail, given the portfolio that has been assigned, to lend some detailed focus to the Ministry of Education in relation to the funding that is allocated in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, I remember vividly in August at the start of the 2022-2023 year at the Professional Day for Educators in the Virgin Islands. I stood in front of over 500 educators and I expressed to them a quote that I believe at the time had been divinely downloaded as a means of motivation, not only for me, but for all of us as educators in the territory. I said to them, you can't get change if you give exact, but if you give more, you get change. Mr. Speaker, in order for change to take place in our education system, there are areas that we must reimagine, adjust, and introduce. As the world changes, so must education to ensure our society remains relevant. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that educators haven't continued to give more. They are always asked to go above and beyond, day in and day out. Yet most recently, the floods and hurricanes of 2017, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, has demanded even more of educators. More flexibility, more collaboration, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, more innovation. I understand that a lot of the change that is needed is not in their hands alone, Mr. Speaker. It's in our hands as legislators and ministers to ensure that we provide the requisite funding to be able to support these needs. Mr. Speaker, there are systematic changes that are necessary: changes in policy, changes in legislation, changes in curriculum, changes in the funding allocation that is needed for education. That is why today, this government of national unity with this budget commits to that change, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while we were in Standing Finance Committee, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education reminded us all of a well-known quote. I heard my colleague reiterate it yesterday. It is said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Mr. Speaker, that is a very poignant quote, and it speaks to the reality of why we are here today in discussions for the budget debate. And I am immensely proud that this government commits today to giving more funding to education to address the specific areas that have been identified, especially over the last few months during stakeholder consultations. Mr. Speaker, my team and I at the ministry have met with educators across the territory, from primary to secondary, both private and public schools, to consider what they believe to be some of the most pressing matters in education. We collectively came up with some top priorities, and we created a plan that we believe to be manageable and crucial if we are to truly execute the initiatives that are planned. Mr. Speaker, during Standing Finance Committee, some of these priorities were highlighted in an effort to seek additional funding to facilitate them. I would like to go through them to expand upon how these matters are addressed in the budget now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we sought to provide modern and effective resources for early childhood, languages, mathematics, science, technical subjects, music, art, and physical education. Mr. Speaker, manipulatives are important in education. Manipulatives could be considered as anything physical that students use to actively learn, to engage, in terms of considering synthesizing information through activity, which is considered to be hands-on learning, which is effectively an attribute of a kinesthetic learner, or through seeing a concept visually. So you also have visual learners, so they would need to touch and feel and see. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we have not been able to provide these educational manipulatives to the subject areas mentioned above. However, if we are to truly meet students where they are and to truly teach them how they learn, whether they learn kinesthetically, visually, auditorily, socially, solitarily, verbally, logically, it is important for us to diversify the instruction, and the only way for educators to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker, is to have manipulatives. So that was one of the main concerns listed. Number two, review the existing curriculum to ensure that it aligns with the tenets of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics education. That's the theme for Virgin Islands education this school year. Mr. Speaker, this includes what subjects are offered when we speak about curriculum review. It entails what subjects are offered, what topics are covered, and what developmental stage those subjects are covered, which strategies are used to teach those content areas, what topics are covered in them, and basically a shift in focus from content knowledge or rote memorization to skill-based learning to be able to acquire the 21st century skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and so forth that is required in the world today. So, Mr. Speaker, the last curriculum review was done in 2007. And so the ministry sought to get additional funds to be able to move forward with a curriculum review. Number three, also the provision of STEAM resources in order to help teachers shift from being more administrators of learning to facilitators of learning, inquiry, dialogue, and critical thinking. So these type of STEAM resources, of course, would seek to provide opportunities through robots, engineering materials, critical thinking games such as chess and other puzzles, as we saw in Innovation Week, to be able to truly lift the educational experience of our students through experiential and project-based learning, Mr. Speaker. So we also sought funding to allow for resources in that regard. Mr. Speaker, number four would be to implement continuous professional development and ongoing training for all educators. So this, of course, includes programs leading towards licensing, as well as certification for our teachers to become educators, as well as administratively to become school leaders, counselors, and so forth. And so we wanted to ensure that funding was made available so our teachers could continue to upskill themselves and thus be able to avail themselves to additional salary opportunities that would become available due to them upskilling themselves. Mr. Speaker, number 5 was the procurement of the Houghton Mifflin Hancock digital platform for math called GoMath to remedy the impact of the pandemic on teaching, learning, and mathematics. As we all know, mathematics is one of those subject areas that is hands-on, and it requires the same types of manipulatives like counters and all these different things, clocks, whatever you would seek to use tangibly to be able to get concepts across. And so a plea was made in Standing Finance to be able to truly put funding towards the bettering of math performance in education and in the territory. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that as a result of virtual learning, because maths is a hands-on subject, we definitely saw an impact on the grades for mathematics across all grade levels. As you recall, as stated in Standing Finance by the Deputy CEO at the time, we have recently received the key stage results, of which they will be published. And one of the overall matters that we were able to ascertain due to the results is that the percentage of students that met or mastered overall attainment target in mathematics varied significantly, conversely to language arts. Mr. Speaker, in fact, in one grade level, an alarming 75% of students fell within the walking towards attainment target category. Mr. Speaker, that speaks to the level of intervention and remediation that is required for mathematics in the territory. We've also received data from the EPE examination, which is the secondary school leaving examination that is taken, and we've also seen a significant challenge with mathematics in the territory as well, across the various sittings that we've seen in the last 2 years. And so this GoMath platform would seek to really give the availability to resources to educators so that they can be able to really tackle and target the issues and the challenges that we are having with mathematics. I'm happy to say that in terms of language arts, just last month, we were able to procure the language arts version, which is Journeys of this very same platform, to continue to deliver language instruction. Of course, due to the Virgin Islands literacy program that has been instituted, we've seen that language and literacy definitely has been increasing in the territory, and through the procurement of this GoMath platform, we would seek to do the same thing for mathematics instruction, Mr. Speaker. Number 6, secure funding for the examinations unit to be better able to produce the data we need to make decisions about instructional programs, school strengths, and areas of concern, as highlighted. Also mentioned in Standing Finance, Mr. Speaker, and as a result of that, we are hoping to fill a statistician position next year to assist the exam and planning unit in their analysis of the examinations results, so that we could seek to have a more data-driven approach to the policies and programs that we implement in education. So that additional funding for that position is very much needed in this 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, development of special education through policy and programs in the territory. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that for exceptional students with cognitive, emotional, and physical needs, it is imperative that we provide the requisite framework and resources to be able to meet them in their need for learning in the territory. Also, Mr. Speaker, the gifted and talented students must also be accommodated. And so through the special education policy that is coming on stream, we seek additionally through the funding that has been provided in the budget to procure a Power School add-on. Power School is a platform that we use to capture attendance and grades and so forth in all our schools. And we've added additional funding in the budget to be able to procure that add-on to be able to facilitate the special learning needs of our exceptional students. We also seek to fill the position of educational psychologist as well as speech and language pathologist in this 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, the record of Standing Finance Committee report will reflect that the Ministry of Education came in before this August body and petitioned the committee for an additional $1,125,000 to meet the needs of our school system in the areas outlined above. I remember the Deputy CEO clearly articulating the figure of $1,125,000, and she said that it works out to approximately $228 per child for the year, and that she believed our children are worth it, Mr. Speaker. We have approximately 5,000 students in our school system. And when you break that down by that $1,125,000, we're looking at $228 per child per year. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy and elated to state that through discussions with the Minister of Finance, as well as the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education, this government concurs with that statement that our children are worth it and they deserve every penny of the funds that were asked for in standing finance. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I am happy to report that the Ministry of Education has been granted the additional funding requested, plus a little more. As Mr. Speaker, as we've said, if we want change, we have to give more. And I'm therefore happy to report that $1,250,000 has been allocated in this budget to address the areas outlined as follows. Mr. Speaker, $455,000 for educational supplies for early childhood, languages, mathematics, science, technical subjects, music, art, physical education, and special education. Funding in the amount of $35,000 is assigned to the exams unit, $300,000 for the curriculum review, which will focus in the areas of language, mathematics, and science, which are the major content areas, $160,000 for subscriptions, specifically the GOMAT platform and the special education add-on that I previously mentioned, an additional $50,000 to facilitate co-curricular events, including the return of the National Science Fair, which is slated for March 2022, as well as Innovation Week and other initiatives slated for the co-curricular events in the ministry. Mr. Speaker, $200,000 is also slated for STEAM supplies. I want to re-emphasize that the ministry's immediate plans is to include the rollout of an innovation hour at one of our secondary schools as a pilot program. This initiative will allow students to be exposed to elements of STEAM, such as robotics, coding, artificial intelligence, engineering, technology, and the arts through practical hands-on activities that promote critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, and effective communication. To make this possible, the procurement of these much-needed STEAM supplies, as mentioned, will go a long way, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, of course, educators would need to be trained to ensure that they are capable of using these devices and subsequently teaching our students, and thus an additional $50,000 is allocated for training and professional development in that regard. Mr. Speaker, that was a mouthful, but it represents the funding breakdown for the additional $1.25 million to reimagine education in the Virgin Islands as we continue to move full steam ahead. Mr. Speaker, another matter identified in the 2023 budget is the funding to conduct infrastructural works on schools, as many of the structures are in desperate need of repairs. Upon taking office, significant concerns were expressed about schools and the conditions of schools in our territory. Subsequently, the projects and maintenance team in the ministry was commissioned to assess all public schools and provide a report to the ministry to be able to quantify the cost that would be associated with fixing these schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost summary submitted for school repairs totaled $1.6 million, with about 6 schools still awaiting costing. It's important to state that there are 19 schools under the auspices of the ministry in the territory, both secondary and primary. I want to take this time to recognize Unite BVI, Mr. Speaker, because they partnered with the ministry and took on the full cost of finishing and repairs to two particular schools that would have been allocated under that cost summary that I recently explained. The Eunice Adams Primary School and the Francis Letson Primary School. Mr. Speaker, work started this year additionally to remedy maintenance concerns across these schools, and work will continue because there is currently $500,000 allotted in the 2023 budget for under capital for school rehabilitation. I am also happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that coming out of the standing finance deliberations, the ministry also requested additional maintenance officers to be able to meet the needs of maintenance across our schools. As we continue to redevelop schools and construct new ones, it is important to make sure that we have the maintenance officers that will be able to maintain the schools, as we understand that maintenance and upkeep is very much important as we spend funds to build facilities. So the ministry did receive additional personnel to be able to assist in this regard, and we are truly grateful. Mr. Speaker, in the area of youth affairs and sports, in the 2023 Draft A budget, youth affairs and sports received a budget of $596,000. After appealing for funds in standing finance to facilitate youth development and sports services and programs, I'm happy for the support of the Premier and Minister of Finance as well as other members, and I'm happy to state that an additional $280,000 was added to the budget to facilitate youth and sport development in the territory. Mr. Speaker, this is huge because as we seek to continue to say that youth are our future, the budget allocation under youth affairs and sports now reflects in services this increase in funding to be able to facilitate the mandate of the department. Mr. Speaker, 2023 will be designated as the Year of Youth in the BVI and across the Commonwealth. Therefore, these additional funds will go a very long way in facilitating the events and initiatives slated for the DYAS 2023 calendar in the revised budget of $876,000 for that department, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this represents an increase of $359,680 more than the budget received in 2022 for that department. That says that this government is very much interested in advancement of youth in our territory. And I thank all members for their support in this regard as Youth Affairs and Sports has been given this additional funding. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to library services, seed funding of $110,000 is allocated in the budget under capital for the National Library and Archives Museum to begin to facilitate the design process for this much needed facility. An additional $80,000 is also allocated for the retrofitting of the new East End Library. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the library is very much important to any national institution in terms of just understanding the need for literacy, but more so the needs for archives and record management and ensuring that your very much important assets are in a secure and safe environment. And it is the commitment of the Premier and the entire government to ensure that this coming year, steps are being taken to ensure that we reinvigorate the library services in the territory. Mr. Speaker, additionally, $20,000 is also assigned under capital for rehabilitation of the UNESCO and Examinations Unit Office, which is also integral to the safety of our public officers in their execution of their duties. During standing finance, the rehabilitation of recreational facilities was discussed, in which, after the very lively discussion, I requested that assessments be done on all facilities under management by the Recreation Trust and a report be submitted to the ministry so that we could ascertain the funding needed to maintain and develop these facilities. The ministry is looking forward to the submission of that report from the Recreation Trust, and thus seed funding in the amount of $150,000 has been allocated under capital until further information is provided once the report is submitted, at which time further funding would be sought to facilitate and address those areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker? Yeah. Mr. Speaker? There we go. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, seed funding is also provided under capital in the amount of $400,000 to facilitate the commencement of the design process for the reconstruction of the Isabella Morris and Altes Catliff schools. Consultations with stakeholders will be scheduled for the beginning of the year to ensure that these projects are initiated, and the additional funding that is necessary for construction will be sought once the information for the designs are ascertained. I believe these two initiatives are very much integral to the continued development of education in our territory in relation to our educational facilities. Mr. Speaker, I have to add a personal plug here because I had the privilege of attending school in the Isabella Morris Primary School in Carrot Bay. And I'm proud to say that the person that I am today is because of the influence of the Carrot Bay community on our lives as young people who attended that institution. I understand that due to the hurricanes of 2017 and the damage, the subsequent demolition, and I believe that we are now to the point where we will sit and have the necessary discussions to see exactly what will happen in Carrot Bay to continue to facilitate educational learning. Mr. Speaker, when we name buildings after individuals, it is important that we seek to ensure that the legacy of those individuals are very well represented. And I remember as a student of that institution, while Miss Isabella Morris was still living, we used to walk down to her home very close to the school and carry presents for her birthday and sing to her with cards and all these lovely things. And Mr. Speaker, as much as she has passed, her legacy will continue as we seek to redevelop this institution for the people of the 4th District, but especially the people of Carrot Bay. And I want to extend my gratitude, even as I stand here today as a Minister of Education, for the role that that institution and that community played in my life. Mr. Speaker, by extension, the Altes Catliff Primary School in the 5th District is also the largest public primary school in the territory, and therefore steps are being taken to ensure that the funding complement is considered and made available so that we can rebuild the Altes Catliff Primary School. Funding has already been identified and the demolition works have already been approved by Cabinet, and so very shortly we will see the works begin to demolish that facility, and very soon after seek to ensure that it is rebuilt bigger and better, of course, in a mighty way, as the 5th District representative would say. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the 2nd District representative for facilitating the students of the Altes Catliff Primary School, as well as the member for the 7th and the 8th, as the Francis Letson Primary School also houses students and teachers from this institution. We appreciate you taking care of them for the time that you have and the time that you will, but our intention is very clear. Altes Catliff Primary School will be rebuilt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Esden Henley Richer Learning Center, I want to reiterate that $1,590,000 is allocated in this budget to ensure that that school is developed, and it further speaks to our interest in ensuring that the special needs students in our territory are facilitated in a safe learning environment. They are currently being facilitated thanks to the Minister of Health and Social Development for the collaboration at the Seacoast Bay, the Valerie O. Thomas Community Center. However, that is a temporary allotment, and we seek to, as the new year turns, through the Recovery and Development Agency, begin the construction of that institution for those students and teachers, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the rehabilitation of the Just Van Dyke Primary School, I'm also happy to state that, as we know, construction has started and is well on its way, and $4.125 million is allocated in this budget to ensure that 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 project is brought to fruition for the people of Jos Van Dyke. The member for the 2nd District and the Minister of Natural Resources is very much happy and elated, and myself and yourself, Mr. Speaker, as territorial members and the other members, territorial members as well, are very much happy that this very long-awaited project is happening. We could see it, it's happening, and we celebrate the work done through the Recovery and Development Agency to make sure that this very much needed institution on our sister island of Jos Van Dyke is constructed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to make mention of the ESHS redevelopment project. Of course, we know that approximately $15 million was allocated to this project this year, and the project has come to fruition. We want to celebrate the hard work of the contractors as well as the Recovery and Development Agency, who through the Premier's office, in partnership with the Ministry of Education, was able to construct these buildings, and the entire process took 1 year. That's including the procurement designs and the construction. Everything took 1 year, and that speaks to what can be done with LTS Catliff, Isabella Morris, Eslyn Henley, and all schools that we seek to remedy and rectify in our territory. I want to commend the team, and we look forward to the official opening of the redevelopment of the Elmore Stowe High School project on January 3rd, which is the first official day of the Lent term for the school year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to state that the assistance grants in the Ministry of Education have also received some funding and definitely an increase based on draft A to draft B. When we look at the total grants issued, whether to individual and family assistance, grants to sporting organizations and other organizations assistance grants, the total amount in the budget is $568,900. I know this was a concern expressed even by members in the debate yesterday, and I'm happy to state that I believe with the current funding complement that we have, we will be able to continue to ensure the educational advancement of our children through opportunities for tertiary education, Mr. Speaker. Also, of course, in the area of scholarships, we have our overseas scholarships under tertiary and adult continuing education. And it is always important as we seek to continue to develop our territory that we develop our people. And thus, a total of $2,899,000 is slated in the budget for overseas scholarships. Of course, this accommodates existing scholarships as well as the new scholarships that will be issued for 2023, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that when we look at the budget that has been allotted for the Ministry of Education, I am extremely happy that the flexibility was there, that the discussions took place, and that the transparency that the ministry showed in coming into standing finance with the requisite presentations and the requisite quotations to basically request the allotment of funds was taken seriously by the members of this honorable house. You assisted me valiantly in requesting these additional funds, and I'm grateful to the Minister of Finance as well as the Ministry of Finance team. I want to recognize the Financial Secretary as well as the budget team and all the members. Over the last few days, they've entertained significant calls from myself and members of the ministry team just seeking to work out the kinks. And Mr. Speaker, when I see the difference between draft A and draft B in the allotment for the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, I have to say that I am extremely grateful to the visionary leadership of Premier, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley, in partnership with all ministers and members of this Government of National Unity, and it shows our commitment to education in the territory, Mr. Speaker, because education remains the singular most effective way to ensure the progress of a nation. And investment in education is unparalleled because, as we say, the students we invest in today are the citizens who will solve the territory's challenges tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, I close by reminding this august body, all educators in the territory, as well as all Virgin Islanders and residents alike, that when I say you can't get change if you give exact, but if you give more, you get change. Change for education is reflected in this 2023 budget, and I'm grateful to the members of this honorable house for your continued support as we seek to reimagine and reinvigorate education in the territory of these Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable De Castro. At this time, I'm going to call on Honorable Marlon Penn, Minister of Social Development.
Pleasant, good, just before the afternoon mark. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members, listening audience on social media and on the radio, ZBVI. Pleasant good morning. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice to the budget debate for the budget of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I've been very privileged and fortunate to be a member of this august body, and this is my 13th budget debate, budget exercise. And I want to say, and I think it's important for us to really, before, explain to the people a little bit in terms of the budgetary process and what it means, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our budget is legislation. It's the most important piece of legislation any government, any administration would pass in any given year. Speaker, it sort of charts the way or the direction for the territory, its infrastructure, its economy, and more so its business community and the people. The government of the Virgin Islands is a big contributor to the economy of the Virgin Islands. It represents a big portion of what happens and how the economy goes or moves or shifts. And this process that we are intended to undertake over the last few weeks is a very important process, and a process that we all should take seriously and with high regard. And I think we as members of this House have taken this process extremely seriously. And it's reflected in the discourse that we've had over the past couple of days, save for a few comments that we'll get to later on. Mr. Speaker, we also have to be mindful, and I think there's a misconception in the public that once the budget is passed, that everything that everyone wants and desires and aspires for can get done. The budget clearly outlines the estimates, how they are aligned, aligning particularly with ministries, ministers, and line items, and the responsibilities there within. Mr. Speaker, unless projects, like I say, it's legislation, and as less projects are adequately funded or monies allocated for the particular areas, specific projects cannot be executed. And I think the public sometimes get misled that somehow a district rep or somehow a member is not trying to help the constituency or the particular issue. But you cannot unless the monies are allocated. You cannot unless the monies are particularly assigned to that particular area. And I think we have to be honest and be forthright with the public in terms of how we execute the duties of the government and the duties of the people. So I just wanted to say that very briefly, Madam Speaker, because I think it's important for us to really continue to educate the public on the process and how the process actually works. Madam Speaker, I've been over since May 5th. I have assumed the responsibilities of the Ministry of Health and Social Development. Very important ministry as all the ministries that govern the affairs of this territory. As the former minister used to say, it handles from the cradle to the grave, and it deals with the health and socio-economic development of the people of this territory, Madam Speaker. And we know that over the last 5 years...
Excuse me, this is the third time I say Madam Speaker, so I just want you, I don't have any wig. So just
oh, Mr. Speaker, so I apologize. Yeah, I said Madam Speaker, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. And the ministry, particularly over the last 5 years, have been severely challenged. We've had the floods and storms of 2017, the COVID-19 pandemic, the inflationary issues surrounding the Ukraine war and the global economic issues, all things that have major impact on the social economic standing of persons in the territory. And particularly the storms, the Ministry of Health had the responsibility to deal with the recovery of the homes and help assisting persons who didn't have the means to get back into their homes and to be able to have some sense of normalcy in their lives after those very devastating destructions. So a task as great as that, and I don't even start to talk about the health services and the provision of health services in the territory. It requires collaboration. It requires partnership, because there's no way that a ministry on its own could accomplish all these tasks. It needs to have the support of the NGOs operating within the territory, the private sector practitioners operating in the territory, and all the agencies that work to make life easier for persons within the territory. And that has been our approach, to ensure that we rebuild those relationships, we build those collaboration, as well as doing the things that are necessary from our remit to execute the job of the ministry in my 6 to 7 short months after taking the role up on May 5th. Mr. Speaker, I firstly would focus on the Department of Social Development. Speaker, as you know, we had a transition that occurred with the COI report, and we made some decisions to transition from the way grants and supports were given, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Speaker, that is, I apologize profusely. I see them, you've already become a meme, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, the socioeconomic circumstances of our people have been tested during the past 5 years. And more than ever, we require a higher level of diligence to support persons who are struggling for one purpose or the other within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that we were able to, through discussion with my honorable colleagues in the Cabinet and with the members of the House of Assembly, allocated some $2.4 million in the budget to help to address many of those socioeconomic needs that have plagued our society and to assist persons within our society of those challenges or concerns that they have. One of the things that the Department and the Ministry have discussed over the last couple of weeks is we've developed, that is going to be launched early in 2023, aggressive public relation campaign and outreach campaign to go into the communities, to do more direct assessments of individuals, to ensure that the process for applying for assistance is more streamlined, and ensure that persons who are required of support get that support that they need. Many times persons who really need the support don't often come to the departments or apply for that support. And I have said to the CEO, the head of the Social Development Department and the PS, that we need to be more aggressive in terms of our outreach to our vulnerable persons within our population. And we have pledged to have that done, and early in 2023, you can expect to have a public relation campaign being launched and a strategy being executed to ensure that we get to those persons, those vulnerable individuals within our society. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant increase from what the budget was last year. the budget was just under or just above $500,000. So imagine the need to do more, and the assessment was done, and it said to us that there's a greater need within the society and the monies need to be allocated. And I want to commend the Minister of Finance and my colleague ministers for seeing that need and making the sacrifices in the different areas to ensure that the people of this territory have the resources available to address those social and economic needs that they have in our territory. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have also started to develop a revised schedule in terms of how we administer assistance to individuals. The last review was done over 14 years ago in terms of the levels in which persons were, the caps on which persons were given assistance. As we know, the things have changed significantly since then. The rental caps on how much we could give in terms of support to persons who need rental assistance, support to persons for monthly assistance, and different support. And that will be coming premier to Cabinet in early 2023, so that we could give some additional support to those individuals who will be receiving the monthly stipends, and also those persons who are receiving rental support and different income supports through the Social Development Department. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have in the budget funds to get the community centers back up and running. We have gotten many of those community centers back up and running. We now have the senior program back up and running in the 8th district, Eastern Lanark Seniors Program. So 7 and 8 district seniors are now meeting again in their facility. There's some additional works to be done on the building, and the money's there to get that additional works completed. Works for the King Garden Bay Community Center and the Bruce Bay Community Center to get those back up and running, and as well as to ensure that there's monies there for the senior programs within all those communities. The intention is to get those programs, all those programs back up and running by early 2023. I know the Sea Causeway program was one of those active programs which we intend to have up and running and get the different leaderships in place to make sure that those programs are going up and running. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we need to also have a hybrid approach to the senior programs. There are persons who are unable to leave their homes and come to the centers. We need to be able to have hybrid learning through technology so they can still interact and engage with their fellow seniors as they participate at the facilities. And that is something that I intend to introduce in the coming year as well, coming budget cycle, to ensure that those things are introduced so that our seniors do not feel alone. I think one of the most devastating things for persons or even any individual, let alone a senior, is a sense of loneliness and a sense of not having someone to interact with or communicate with. And I think these programs offer that level of camaraderie and engagement that the seniors need. And I'm happy that we're getting those programs back up and running. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we also have provided, and I thank the Premier for this, it's something that we advocated in Standing Finance, to have additional funding to address the furnishing of these facilities. So we have some monies allocated, just over $100,000 to pay for furniture and furnishing for the various community centers around the territory. Mr. Premier, I know we might need some additional funds later on. I know once there's a revision, I know we will always consider the needs of our seniors and the needs of persons in our communities who need these facilities, who depend on these facilities to carry on their daily activities and operations. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the NGOs. The NGOs play an important role in the operations of the Ministry of Health and Social Development, particularly the Cancer Society, the FSN Network, the Diabetes Society, and all the different agencies that we partner with to assist those vulnerable persons within our population. And I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that we've also had And for the first time, we're going to give an additional grant to the Alzheimer's Association. As we know, the Alzheimer's Association has been very active and doing a lot of work to bring awareness and support the persons and families who suffer from Alzheimer's. Mr. Speaker, we see the effects of Alzheimer's is becoming very prevalent right now in our society. And it's one of those dreadful and dangerous diseases where it takes away your memory. It's one of those things that they say memories don't live like people do. And when you lose your memory, it's one of the most debilitating and devastating things that any person could experience, or any family could experience. Because imagine a family member not able to interact with their loved ones, and they don't know them, and the devastation that causes, and the emotional trauma that causes. And there are ways in which persons are trying to educate and help persons cope with dealing with these type of issues. And I want to commend the Alzheimer's Association for the work that they've done and continue to do. I think President now is President Ryan Gillette. And I want to publicly announce that we're going to give the Alzheimer's Association a grant to assist them with the work that they've done and continue to do in this territory. And I want to again thank the Premier and my team and my colleagues for supporting this initiative and this effort to be able to offer such a grant to further the work that the NGOs are doing in the public sector. Speaker, I just want to quickly touch on a couple of areas. Mr. Speaker, I'll beg your crave your indulgence for some additional minutes, because this is a huge portfolio, and I represent one of the largest districts in this territory, and I have to talk a little bit about the district. So I know I have.
Just like everyone else, I'll give you additional 5 to 8 minutes.
The lead opposition got 15 last night, so if we're going by seniority,
So, continue.
I will have to get the same as the lead opposition.
Continue.
But I crave your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the statutory bodies under my remit, the Health Services Authority and the Social Security Department. There's no secret of the challenges that those two entities face, particularly NHI and the Social Development Department. And we've, over the last 6 months, have been working on a strategy to address and to help to bring, obviously, stop the bleeding, particularly NHI, in terms of the way forward. I said in this House a few months ago that despite all the challenges with NHI, if we were paid up in terms of the contribution, NHI will still be in the black. So it says that NHI can function, it can work, but we have to ensure that we make the necessary adjustments to make it work the way it should. The ministry has already done the work relating to the terms of reference that are necessary to make the necessary changes to NHI. We now have the revision that needs to be done with the provider agreements between the providers and NHI. And we intend to, in earnest, in 2023, start those works. We've been in discussion with the Ministry of Finance to adjust the terms of the consultancy provision so that we could then get that money freed up to engage to get those works done. Additionally, we've gotten a $10 million Premier, and I'm hopeful that that could be applied so that the providers could get the support that they need, and NHI could get the breathing room so that we could effectively make these changes that are necessary to stabilize the system. And as for HSA, the issues are similar. There has to be a relationship, and I spoke earlier about the importance of a partnership between the entities and ensure that those entities work collaboratively. NHI, HSA, and the private practitioners, we need to work collaboratively for the best interest of the health system in this territory. Those persons that we know that are abusing the system, we need to deal with them. We need to address those abusive practices within the system. There's enough opportunity for all of us and everybody to make money. I think we continue to forget that the health side of healthcare And we have to ensure that we create a healthy population versus treating persons when they're sick. And then we have a responsibility to ensure that we have that dialogue in terms of what is necessary to keep the population healthy. To that avail, we've engaged and partnered with the Beaver Olympic Committee to sign a MOU to sort of keep that message going about healthy lifestyles and preaching healthy lifestyles within the territory in the Virgin Islands. And we're pushing towards that goal of healthy lifestyles within the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, there's going to be change. Change is on the roll. I know there's an issue in the health service. I want to commend both entities and the workers for the work they continue to do and continue to push forward. We've sent out advertisement over the last 2 weeks for persons on the boards of those entities, and change is going to come, and it's going to be swift. There's going to be swift changes within the leadership of both of those organizations, and that change is going to come soon and early in the new year. So I'm just putting the public on notice. Mr. Speaker, quickly I want to get into the people of the 8th District and the reason why I'm here. I could not be anything else, minister of this or whatever, unless I am sent here to work on behalf of the people of the 8th District. Mr. Speaker, in Standing Finance, I'll be less animated than I was in Standing Finance today, Mr. Speaker. But I want to let the people know that I am always fighting for their best interests and fighting on their behalf in all the walls of this hallowed House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little disturbed by a comment that was made in Standing Finance when I was fighting for particular things relating to people of the 8th District and my people and my constituency. It was said that, whose side am I on? And I want my colleagues to understand, when I come fight in this House for the people who had the trust and the confidence to send me here, I'm always fighting for the people I represent. So it's not personal. And we all should always fight for the people and not believe that we're fighting for our sides or fighting to keep our jobs, but we have to fight for what's best for our people at all times. So a disagreement or a difference of approach doesn't mean that we're against each other. So we have to always ensure that the fight that we have here is always a fight for the people, and I will always fight for what is right. And I said this to the Premier when we came over here on the other side. I didn't come here to join a clique or join a crew. I came here to do what is in the best interest of our country and in the best interest of our people. When we decided to come over here, the Honorable Turnbull and myself made that decision, it wasn't for that, and I thank the member for expressing the way that he expressed, and I wouldn't repeat that because I don't have the time to repeat it. And I think he did such an eloquent job. The importance was, how can we save our democracy? And that was the only reason for the shift and for us coming on this side of the aisle, the way that we did. And Mr. Speaker, if my personal ambitions, my personal needs or wants conflicts with what this country needs and what the people of the 8th District in the territory needs, I'm always going to choose the people of this territory all the time over my personal ambitions and my personal desires. And that is why I'm here on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues to know we together. We're going to quarrel, we're going to fight, we're going to have disagreements on approach, but this budget is representative of what happens when you don't have groupthink. What happens when you decide that we're going to do what is in the best interest? You heard the Minister of Education. For the people of the education system to get that money, some people have to make sacrifices. Had to been sacrifices and compromises. And that's what it has to be about, sacrifices and compromises. Mr. Speaker, I'm able to report that, happy to report on District 8 that the Fishers dock is nearing completion. And I want to commend and thank my honorable colleague on my right and the former minister and yourself, Mr. Speaker, for helping to push and get that project to where it is right now. You know, there's a lot of little grumbling as we're in a certain season, and those people who have come out of the woodworks and God the most to say who do what and who ain't do what. There's come a time when I'll have to talk. I'll have my time to speak. You know, there's the shadow ministers out there who are the photographies and doing what they have to do to try to expose, but my record will speak for itself. We've done a lot, Mr. Speaker, and that project, and people know what that place looked like when I took office in 2011 to what it looks like today. They will appreciate where we've come from. And I'm proud that we've gone to that point, and we've gone to a point where we could then be proud of what we have. Mr. Speaker, I also want to share the sentiment. I don't know why it came up from the shadow minister, but the shadow minister of health, the deputy minister of health. But I support the landowners to get whatever benefits that they need, and that's on my position, and that is on record. I have said that clearly on many occasions, that we need to have a fair and amicable distribution of whatever needs to be distributed in that area. But the people also have to be fairly treated in that process as well. So I'm on record on that, with that. To speak of Long Bay Beach, we have 300,000 slated for the Long Bay Beach project, to get that project going and get that project to develop. Again, an initiative that I spearheaded through the Minister of Communication and Works to ensure we had options, economic options for the people of our community, and options for persons within that country. We now have a bustling industry happening there, but we also have to protect the environmental issues that might arise from what is happening there currently. And I think I want to thank Angela Penn Burnett for a plan that she's developed, a very good plan that I believe could move us forward as it relates to the development of that beach. Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, I understand that there's some money placed in the budget for the parks in East End, the park in East End. I've lamented over the last 4 budgets of the deplorable conditions of that park, and we finally now, Mr. Speaker, under this new government of this partnership government, have some money in there, and I want to thank you, Premier, for putting some money in there to get that project off the ground, to create a safe environment for persons who use that park and that facility on a daily basis. It's one of the most heavily used facilities within the territory, actually, not just in the community, but within the territory. Mr. Speaker, one more area, and then I'll wrap up, Mr. Speaker. Roads. Okay. Roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is no question, and my colleague on my left, many times he go home sore from the blows that they give him concerning the roads in the Eastern Landlocked community. And when I say I just don't fight for the roads in the 8th district, I fight for the roads in the entire Eastern Landlocked community, and in fact, in the entire territory. Mr. Speaker, we have an issue in our community as it relates to our roads, in our road infrastructure. Speaker, in standing finance, it's a good thing it probably was left out of the standing finance report, because I think I didn't behave too good in standing finance concerning our roads. But we have to get this under control, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 budgets, the only thing that we've had, particularly outside of the $65 million loan that was passed in 2018, is $100,000 that was spent doing little ins and outs on the secondary roads within our community. Mr. Speaker, we have the road from Hope Hill all the way to Paramtown, to the bridge that was on the verge of collapse And I want to thank the minister for moving swiftly to get that bridge completed before it collapsed under the weight of the traffic back and forth to the airport. But we have to do better, Mr. Speaker. And the member for the night said it very, very eloquently. We have to have equity, particularly the way that we allocate the resources to address the road infrastructure throughout this territory. Even if we do 50 meters or whatever it is we could do, and with whatever little the money that we have to make sure that we spread it out as much as we can to all the constituency. And I believe that the best place that should be is on the civil mitigation vote in the ministry, so that at least the monies are there to address the issues within the particular districts, so that the districts could get the attention that they need with those particular roads. I've had a discussion with the Premier and the Minister, and I see in draft B, we have some additional funds available for roads. And we've agreed to make some adjustments to ensure that that money goes directly into the civil mitigation vote, so that the districts should get that direct attention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that it's talking season and a lot of things are going to be said, but there are people talking, and in a sense of misrepresenting the truth and the facts concerning what was done. And Mr. Speaker, if you look through that district and the work that was done on the roads that were actually holding up, that actually has held up since the storms of 2015, the road from the bridge to Parham Town was done during that period. You can't find a pothole in that road. If there's a blemish in that road, it's because of one of the utility companies went and dig up some area of that road. But as it relates to runoff on water in eroding potholes, there's none. Because we took the time to do the roads properly. And Minister, I know that you've started to draft plans to address the rest of the roads in that area. And we talk about sewage, the issue of sewage. I'm not even going to talk about sewage today because, I mean, what can you say to your people after the years that we've promised? And the money's there, and there's talk about, again, the $8 million start to surface again because it's talking season. But the money was returned. The money was returned to the ministry, saved for $1 million. It's our fifth budget, and no significant work was done in the 8th district. And the minister and I have spoken. We have to get that major piping work done from Parham Town to Long Swamp, but it cannot be an excuse for not getting the roads done. So we have to do them simultaneously, Minister, and I know the Minister is cooperative with me on this, and we're going to work collaboratively to get the tendering done for that section and get the works done simultaneously for the roads as well with the monies that we have available. We have $1.5 or $1.7 million available, and I think that's sufficient monies. In addition to the monies that were there, the other $4 or $5 million that is there to get that project moving, Mr. Speaker. So they talk about the sewage money. The money is there. The money is there to do the work. We just have to get on with the work. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend and let the people of the district know that I've been fighting for them and I continue to fight for them. And this budget is reflective of that fight. That we have monies available now that we didn't have in the last 4 budgets. And I want to thank my colleagues for their cooperation in ensuring that those funds are there to be able to execute those works within the 8th district and to defend and create a quality of life that my people are deserving of. They're no less staff or no worse than any other district in this territory. And all the people of these Virgin Islands deserve a certain quality of life. And we need to find ways to systematically, across all districts, do the little that we can at a time to make life better for persons living within those communities. Mr. Speaker, fishing and farming, Mr. Speaker, food security. Speaker, I want to commend the Pickering and Berwick family for the work they've done on the poultry farms that they developed in Josiah's Bay and Paraquita Bay. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about food security and the importance of food security, I believe that this is one of the closest areas that we are to ensuring that we achieve food security. But Mr. Speaker, we have, as a government, have a responsibility, and I've said to the Premier, we've spoken about this, to find ways. There's nowhere in the world where farming and agriculture is not subsidized. These individuals have poured in their own finances, has borrowed, have taken a risk on this particular industry. I think government has a responsibility to ensure that it succeeds. And I think we have to make these individuals and farmers know, and sit them around the table and say, look, you're not competitors, but I believe that they are partners in a greater cause. I think we have a responsibility to support them to ensure that their enterprises are successful. And Premier, I know you support this, Premier. I know we're going to work collaboratively on this to ensure that the poultry farms in this country succeed, that we achieve full sustainability through poultry, at least as a template to move into the next industries, to moving into the blue economy, into fishing, to moving into all the other areas that we need to do and maximize our yield from our industry, that we could be fully sustainable in terms of food production and our food supply. And there's no reason why we can't get this done. So the poultry farmer should not have to be worried about not being able to have to pay tariffs on the equipment and the things that they're bringing into the territory and the packaging that they're bringing into the territory, when their competitors are importing frozen products free of charge. That's already prepackaged, has all the things that I've done, and they're saving on all of that tariff, and they cannot compete with that. So we have to make those adjustments, Premier. We have to see what level of tariffs or support those persons within our industry deserves, so they could be viable. And we also have to see if there's a requirement where we need to put a subsidy in place to make it viable, to provide enough yield for us locally and create the potential for exportation. We need to look at that, Premier. And I think we need to have that conversation in earnest with the investors within that industry. I am ready and waiting to do that, Premier, and I know you are as well, to make that a reality. The MTFP, just quickly as I wrap up, and I want to touch on the, how much more? I want to touch on the economy quickly. Mr. Speaker, the Trade Commission is a critical component for us to really help to manage and steer and gear this economy forward. Mr. Speaker, I don't see, and when we go into the committee stage, I'm going to look deeper, where the funding is there to get the Trade Commission going and ensure that this Trade Commission gets established. Mr. Speaker, that is going to be critical in terms of helping us to manage both our local investments into the economy, or in local investors and how they invest in the economy, and give them the necessary support that they need to function within the economy, and our foreign direct investors, which we're in need of having more influx on foreign direct investment into the economy to expand on some of the areas that are necessary. And also look at where we could diversify our economy. Part of the Trade Commission is the Investment Promotion Agency, which is a critical component to deal with investments in the territory. It is important for us, it's imperative for us to get that agency and that commission up and running. And I want to implore us as colleagues to push to get that done and get that entity up and running. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Ministry of Finance. It's been a Herculean task for them to get to this point. From what happened, and we had 2 transition budgets this year, Mr. Speaker, to now in December being able to pass the budget for 2023 is not far, in a small team that they possess, is not far from amazing. And this is a team that's consistently served administrations over the last 12 to 16 years. And I want to publicly commend the now Financial Secretary, who was there previously in a different role, Jeremiah Fred, and his team for the work they've done and the work they continue to do to help us steer this ship in terms of financial stewardship. Just because we are now at a point where we have a stable grounds to move forward financially. You have, for the first time, I believe that we are outside of within the ratios, and gives us a stable footing now, a clear canvas to decide other direction that we go. But it requires us to have a clear vision and plan on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that we see in the MTFP that we have available funding for borrowing, the ability to borrow, that sort of keeps us still in the ratios. So I want to publicly thank the FS for that. But what I want to say about that, Mr. Speaker, is that it speaks to what is possible when persons put aside their differences and work for the best interests of the country. And the cabinet of this Virgin Islands and the supporting team have worked in the best interest of the country to get us to this point. That we've made the sacrifices and not want to think about our own personal ambitions, but think about the country and what we can do to stabilize this country. Mr. Speaker, we are 5 months into when our election is constitutionally due. And my conscience doesn't lend well, because you need, when you're talking about borrowing, you need to have a mandate to borrow. And I think we need to, while we have the ability to do so, it has to be through a mandate. But I want to commend my colleagues and I for putting us as a country in a position where the country has the ability to do so. And I think that's a good sign. It's unfortunate that the opportunities weren't taken before, when we had better and favorable interest rates to borrow from. I heard the excuses here yesterday being bantered around in the leadership, parlayed as misleadership about the process. And the reality is that if you're going to borrow, and this is not something new, if you're going to borrow monies, you have to have, it's a contingent liability for the UK. It's always been something that they always looked at as you have to have certain agreements in place. Just like you're building a home. You can't just build a home without having, the bank has to have certain stipulations and agreements under which you have to borrow. But it requires your maturity to go and negotiate. Negotiate what you want and what you think is the best dispensation for yourselves, and in this case, for the country. That is our responsibility, to have the necessary negotiations to do what is the best interest of the country. So even now when we go borrow, we still have to negotiate. And we have to sit around the table like grown adults and not creating pick fights and bicker every minute in the media, but do what we need to do to get what's the best for the country. Until we change our relationship and where we are as a country, that is going to be our reality, Mr. Speaker. So we need to stop misleading people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I sat here and I listen, I listen attentively, and I tend to, after X amount of years, your skin become a little thicker. You don't be as thin-skinned as before. But what I don't tolerate, Mr. Speaker, is the attempt to mislead the public and to paint a picture that isn't true. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, the Honorable Turnbull. He's such an eloquent speaker. He spoke eloquently about the realities and where we are and how we got to this point. And I say it again, Mr. Speaker. We came over here on this side of the aisle to support the Honorable Premier Minister Reimer, Deputy Premier, and Minister DeCastro, Minister of Education, and all the rest colleagues to save our democracy. And there are those who would like you to believe that April 28th didn't happen. They would like you to believe that April 29th didn't happen, where the CI report was released a day after the arrest of the former premier. We sat down, the premier and I, my cousin, Clarita, two grandchildren, we sat down in my office in Easton and we said, Premier, he was acting premier at the time, whatever we need to do to save our democracy and protect our country, I stand with you to get that done. I am willing to put aside my personal ambitions for what is the best interest of this country. He right there, you can see if I lie or not. We said that, we had that conversation. And for the last 6 to 7 months, I've done just that. Do what's in the best interest of our country, Mr. Speaker. So when you heard the people who want you to believe that May 5th didn't happen, and when they were there 3.5 years before, and all the things that they engaged in and supported and having atoned for, is like, and one of my good constituents last night told me, you gotta find your scripture to read today. Because everybody reading scripture. Told me, it reminds me of that scripture in 2 Kings 5:14. When Naaman went in and he dipped 7 times. He dipped. I remember when I was in Sunday school, we used to sing it to Mr. Speaker. Dip, one dip, and he dipped. And they believe that they gone over, they dip in the river, and them all of a sudden clean and cleansed of everything that they were part of, that they ate and abetted in. And that has not atoned to the people of this country for their actions in putting us where we are as a country. They now have one vote, what name?
You know, I don't understand what you're saying.
And I hear they talk to people about people in me here. I don't know where he had to go. There are these one alliances now that I'm forming. So who your alliance were for when you were doing all the things that you were doing? Who was your alliance with? In one alliance with the people then? When we were spending $80-something thousand a month on security, when I was making noise over there about it, and you said, aye. Huh? When you were giving farmers who don't have a papaya tree, and them here $10,000 and $20,000, and you say, aye. People who can't even tie a hook, money for fishing and farming. And the real fishing farmer men out there, destitute, can't get 10 cents. When you put additional tax burdens on the already struggling families, on a little remittance to send back home to their family. But all of a sudden you clean, and everything that people over here are trying to do to fix and atone and move the country forward, and then you're saying we're working together, you got my hand one way, and you got your foot on my head down the water, so I'm pulling you up. If a blog on that now. What I'll say, them say we look alike, but it wasn't me over here for 3.5 years. It wasn't me. We got to be honest to people. We must not misrepresent the truth and facts to people. As leaders, we have a responsibility to not mislead the public, to be honest and truthful, telling the public that if those terms of reference we refuse to put in the terms, we can't have them done. That's not true. The commission has gotten information. All of us have made representation to the commission. What I have a concern with is that as leaders, we should not prejudice the process. The commission is an independent body. We should allow the people of this territory to get their fair say in the process, not enforce our views on the people. That's why independence of thought is important. Let's be truthful to the people of this territory. Let's be fair to the people of this territory. As a leader of this country, I'm going to continue to stand firm and lead. Not worry about what people say or who said what or who did what. I'm going to fight for my people. And my colleagues must sympathize. It's not personal. My people send me here to fight on their behalf. I'm not going to be silent and be complicit or be docile when it comes to the needs and the desires of my people. I'm going to continue to fight on their behalf. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I implore all of us to be responsible as leaders. I know the silly season is coming up and it's an urge to say things that might not be quite truthful and to embellish a little bit, but let's be truthful to the people. The country has to go in a different direction. We have a responsibility from the foundation from which we've placed this country right now. Premier, I commend you, sir. Ministers, my ministerial colleague, we took up this mantle in a very difficult time. When the history books will be written, it will say that these 5 young men and women in the front desk and the ones in the back bench stood for principle, put aside their personal desires and aspirations, and did what's in the best interest of this country. Not on the best interest of power or personal ambitions, but did what's in the best interest of the people of these beautiful Virgin Islands and our forefathers and what they've stood for, Mr. Speaker. That is what the books will be written, not the story that some try to weave, say we had a coup d'etat. And who sacrificed from whom he sacrificed. Let's go on with the work of the people. And I stand committed to the people of these Virgin Islands. I stand committed to the people of the 8th District who have given me the privilege and an honor to serve them and serve their interests, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand committed to this budget. I look forward to us to have a more detailed discussion in the committee stages so we can make the necessary adjustments that we've agreed to and ensure that when we go into the new year, we have an opportunity to present our hope to our people, hope for a brighter future, a brighter 2023. And we find ways to get more people involved and give them more support as we move forward into the new year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Pinn. I now call on the Honorable Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had a good debate. Of course, we've had limitations on the amount of time we speak. And so it's perhaps not as long as some debates in the past. But I thank the members for their contribution, and persons raised some very important matters. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the House of Assembly staff, the Speaker, yourself as Deputy Speaker, and everyone who played a part in the standing finance deliberations. and the preparation of the report, and also the Ministry of Finance team for the part they've been playing thus far as it pertains to the budget preparation and the process we've been going through. Mr. Speaker, even though the process is not perfect and there's some areas we have to improve, I believe we should commend the staff for us having a standing finance in 5 days and being as efficient as we can be. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we know we have to make more time, which we tried to do this year. We had a few informal meetings on a few matters. We have to try to make some more time to interact with departments, units, ministries more, and hold them accountable and get information. And of course, we know standing finance as well after that happens. So hopefully in the future, we can have more regular interaction with these government entities, and members can feel much more informed and get the point across they're trying to get across. But I think it's necessary for us to celebrate the fact that yet again, when we pass this budget today, we would have passed the budget before the constitutional deadline and avoid having a provisional budget. When we came in 2019, unfortunately, as soon as we came in, I believe we had our first House meeting in March 12th, and we had to go straight into, the budget process. And we've been able to avoid that since then, and I'm grateful, and we will work to improve the process where we will get the submissions from ministries earlier and where we can have a medium-term fiscal plan produced well in advance, and other aspects of the process will be improved, Mr. Speaker, but I celebrate the progress that we've made thus far. Mr. Speaker, this is my first budget as Minister of Finance. And as I said during the budget speech, I celebrate all the ministers of finance in the past, starting with my grandfather, who was the first Minister of Finance, and I feel great pride. I know some people don't like to hear it, but I feel great pride in the accomplishments of our people, my grandfather included, not just my grandfather. My grandfather included the late, great Cyril Romney, the late, great Lavity Stout, the late, great Ralph O'Neill. We also have Dr. Smith. We have Ronnie Skelton. We also have Andrew Foy, past ministers of finance. And I celebrate all of them. And I also celebrate our people, since we've come to this house, we speak about it a lot, the fact that we have a House of Assembly. We have a holiday now where we celebrate the restoration of our Legislative Council. And without a shadow of a doubt, Mr. Speaker, with having our own legislators, having our own ministers, having our own Minister of Finance, things improve drastically for us here in the Virgin Islands, as opposed to when we did not have that. And it proves to me, as always, that democracy trumps dictatorship. and dictatorship stifles development. Dictatorship stifles development. When we elected our own representatives, everything took a leap forward. Our tourism industry took a leap forward with lots of the legislation that our legislators were able to pass. Our interaction with investors, etc. We're able to establish a tourism industry here. Same thing with financial services. It's our people working with people in the private sector. That combination of legislators and persons in the private sector helped to create a financial services industry here. And the BVI took off. So as hard as we are on ourselves, because we hold ourselves to a very high standard, we must never forget that having local representation beats the alternative, big time. And each generation of legislators has their own problems to solve. The previous generation solved the challenges that they could solve. And then they passed the baton on to a next generation of legislators to solve challenges, to improve our quality of life here in the Virgin Islands. I want to recognize the senior members of the House. The leader of the opposition, Honorable Julian Fraser, who has been in this House since 1999, and also Honorable Mark Vanterpool, representative for the 4th District, who I believe has been here since 1999 as well. Sorry? Yes. So he's been here since 1999. And they represent a particular generation of leaders in the House. And I want to celebrate them because, of course, they're able to impart their wisdom and their knowledge to us who are part of a new generation. We are a new generation of legislators, and they're able to share their experience from the past with us. And we are able to listen, we are able to internalize in some instances, and we are able to build upon what they have experienced here in the House. And in 1999, when Honorable Fraser and Honorable Vanterpool got here, that was a year when we had many new legislators. You had persons like Dr. Smith, Dr. Kedrick Pickering, Ronnie Skelton, Andrew Foy, and I'm perhaps missing a few new ones. But that particular generation of leaders, with the exception of Honorable Vanterpool and Honorable Fraser, are no longer a part of the House of Assembly. They have a generation that went from 1999 straight up until 2019, and of course, we'll see what happens moving forward. And that generation solved the challenges that they sought to solve. And it is for us to build upon it. And I'll have to say that we have a cabinet now formed in 2022, where for the first time since probably 2003, you had no one who had served as a minister, not a minister, but as a part of a cabinet before. I should correct that. Honorable Penn served for a few months in a previous cabinet. But for the most part, we have a brand new cabinet. And probably that hasn't happened with no member, let's say, serving a full time as a minister. That hasn't happened since about 2003. It's about 20 years ago. And certainly you have the opportunity to blaze a new trail. I want to celebrate this government of national unity. I also want to acknowledge and appreciate Honorable Vincent Wheatley and Honorable Calvin Malone, who served as ministers up until this year. Because despite the challenges, we have a lot to give God thanks for in terms of the progress that we've been able to make as a people. I want to celebrate Honorable Penn and Honorable Turnbull for becoming a part of this cabinet. I want to celebrate them for that, because I'm certain there are many persons who would be telling them, you know, don't join up with those guys. And as they have stated, they came across and we were able to work together to help to save our democracy, and I appreciate that. I also want to recognize Honorable Shari DeCastro, who gave an excellent presentation some minutes ago, and Honorable Kai Reimer. They say, I think it's about 60% of the cabinet is from the West, and 40% is from the East. The 2nd district, yes. 3 cousins, and we have 2 cousins who are ministers, of course. If we include the Attorney General, then we balance it off. We balance it off. Yes. And I appreciate them and the strides they've been able to make this year in pushing the Virgin Islands forward. And when Honorable Vanterpool was speaking yesterday, I was saying amen and hallelujah, because I think he articulated perfectly what I was thinking is, we hold ourselves to a high standard, so we're often very critical of ourselves, but we have a lot to be proud of as a people. And this is in comparison to many other nations on the planet who wish that they were in our enviable position. And I hope that the Most High Creator finds none of us to be ungrateful for our blessings. Or what a travesty that would be if we would frown in the face of the bountiful blessings that God has bestowed upon us. I just want to take a look at our revenue over the years. And I wish I had some earlier budgets than 2001, but I went back to 2001, and we had revenues of $192 million. Just over 20 years ago, the revenues, 192 million. Well, in 2023, we have just about doubled our revenues in 20 years. We have doubled our revenues. Now, at the same time, we've probably doubled our expenditure as well. Our recurrent expenditure, especially, which we have to get our recurrent expenditure under control. In 2001, we had 192 million revenue. In 2023, for this budget, we're looking at revenues of 376 million. You know, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. And it's something for us to celebrate. We've been able to keep our people employed. In fact, we employ many persons. Many persons get a paycheck and a salary and are able to send their children to school, to buy their groceries, to build houses, to buy vehicles, to take trips. Many persons are able to do that because they are employed by the government of the Virgin Islands. And let us never be ungrateful. There are many persons in places, they're not afraid to send people home. But we understand how important it is to ensure that your persons have income, have a job to be able to support yourself. You go to many places in the world, you find many homeless people, not to say that we don't have a challenge brewing. You have people who are homeless, people who are unemployed. And if you have a job, just give God thanks that you have a job. And let's take a look at our level of debt. You have nations which are heavily indebted, probably over 100%, probably even more, probably 200% of their recurrent revenue. And we are far below that. The ratios for our net debt, I believe it's 80% of our revenue. We are way below that. We're not heavily indebted. We've never defaulted on a loan, the government of the Virgin Islands. The ratio that has to do with our debt servicing, well below that. You know, we have a liquidity ratio. That one usually causes a little challenge for us. But we're still within those ratios. Our economy is producing jobs upon jobs upon jobs upon jobs, to the point where you have to import people to do work. And you have lots of work permits that you issue each year. So our economy is doing well. We have persons who are able to open businesses. We have Honorable Vanterpool, a member of this House. If he didn't have confidence in the economy, he wouldn't be opening stores in every corner of the Virgin Islands. You know? Pretty soon he's going to open up a one-mat out there in Salt Island. That's confidence. He opened one Bargus Bay, he has one Port Purcell, he has one there in the east. That store seems to be doing very well, just did one in Lower Estate. He has confidence. We have investors knocking down my door, Mr. Speaker. The investors want to invest because they believe they'll be able to get a return on their investment here. And we have everyone from around the world who can see the value of the Virgin Islands economy and how attractive it is. So we have to start looking at ourselves that way as well. And we have to get involved. You have to see how bright and optimistic the economic picture here is in the Virgin, despite inflation, despite the pandemic, despite the hurricanes. Imagine that we went through hurricanes, we didn't get any big loans, we didn't get any grants. Many nations who were devastated, they got these big grants. They told us our income per capita was too high to get grants. We went through all of that, and we're bouncing back, despite not being able to get the financing that we need. We went through COVID. We didn't have to get any big loans to take us through COVID. Our economy, our strong financial services industry, when tourism was down and suffering, took us through. And we can feel proud of this Virgin Islands, built by Virgin Islanders and those who have joined us and called the BVI home. So yes, we have challenges. Yes, we have things that we have to solve, which is for this generation of leaders to solve. We're not saying that everything is perfect. And I believe in the capacity that we have to solve the challenges which confront us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me speak about our two main pillars. We have tourism, we have financial services. Both of them have shown great resilience. And I would say in both of those areas, we are poised for growth. But we must be willing to make the necessary adjustments, changes, investments to make it happen. Tourism. Everyone is reporting great numbers for this season. And our tourism is doing very well. Different aspects of tourism. Overnight guests, cruise, we're doing well. Charter boats, we're doing very well. Just the other day, we went on the Ritz-Carlton cruise ship, made its inaugural call to the BVI. The passengers loved it. They said this place is beautiful. It's a beautiful place that we have here in the Virgin Islands. And I saw a cruise ship at the cruise pier last night till very late. And you saw persons every day walking the streets, getting taxis, eating in restaurants, shopping in the stores. Tourism is a huge part of our economy that we have to invest more in. So, Mr. Speaker, we are investing more in tourism. And certainly you can expect in 2023 that you'll see some new developments start that could help to continue to build our tourism product. Because, of course, Mr. Speaker, we do very well right now, but when you have more visitors, that's more people coming to your shores to spend money. More people that you'll be getting head tax from. More people that you'll be getting accommodation tax from. More people that will be buying cruising permits. More people, and there's more income. More persons for the taxi drivers to take around and to give tours to. More persons in the gift shops. More persons in the restaurants. So of course we have to ensure that we keep it at a good number that we can sustain. We want sustainable tourism. The charter boat industry made an announcement some weeks ago, but we are in the process of reforming. We've moved the process of issuing commercial recreational vessel licenses from customs, and between the Premier's office and the Ministry of Finance, we're handling that, seeking to make the process more efficient and more effective. And since then, we've seen more interest in coming to the Virgin Islands. And next year, we'll come to the House of Assembly and we'll make some revisions to the legislation, Commercial Recreational Vessel Licensing Act, and we'll review the fees. Because of course the fees, especially for the foreign-based boats, the fees haven't moved since 1992, when the legislation was enacted. That's 30 years ago. So we have potential to bring in even greater revenues than what we're bringing in right now. And with the announcement, Mr. Speaker, of direct flights, we are poised for even more growth. With a reputable carrier like American Airlines, we are poised for more growth. And that just doesn't help us in the tourism, where persons will choose the BVI now because it's easier to get to. Of course, we have some persons, because of the beauty of the BVI, they go through a lot to get here. But you have more persons who will come here because you have direct flights. And because you have a carrier like American where you could use your credit card points and things like that. And then we're going to have some properties built here that will bring a whole new class of tourists. Because of course they can use the points for some of these properties that accept the points. And then we're going to build convention center. We will have a convention center right there at Prospect Reef that will allow us to get into meetings. The MICE space is what they call it. You know, the conferences and the meetings, etc. So we are poised for growth. And the direct flights just doesn't help tourism. The direct flights help our financial services industry, our legal industry. Because one of the barriers to burgeoning arbitration industry is to be able to have persons able to fly in and out very easily. And that will help us. And that will also help us as we seek to add more substance, as opposed to have companies which are just incorporated here, that we offer more services here. And being able to have greater ease of travel will certainly assist that. So we are poised for growth. We can't imagine ourselves to stay at the revenue figures where we are now. Just like in the last 20 years we doubled our revenues, we have to double it again. And we're poised to double it again. Where are we at now? We at 376. You know, we have to add another 100 million to that. You know, and by 2030, let's add another 100 million. And we can do it. We can do it. So we have our main revenue earners, and as we have been speaking about over the years, we have to be able to diversify our economy. It's important to bring the money into the Virgin Islands. But we have to make sure when we bring the money in now, you don't let it leave so easily. And one of the areas where you can keep more money circulating within your economy, which the money leaves very quickly, has to do with food. If you can produce the food, and in a place like the Virgin Islands, you're not a manufacturer. You know, and maybe in some instances you can do some light manufacturing, but that's not going to take up a bulk of your GDP. Just because you're not really built that way. But the blessing of agriculture is that just about any place in the world you can grow food. Of course, you need a land space. So areas like Paraquita Bay, and then we have identified areas in Anegada, and we've also identified areas in Virgin Gorda. We have to be able to identify space where we can grow food. Maybe not everything. We have to identify what it is that we can grow and stop importing and cut back on. And that's what we did with the poultry. That's what we did with the poultry. It's one thing I campaigned on. And in fact, I've been campaigning on the poultry since 2011. And I remember after I campaigned on it in 2011, I had a conversation with Mr. Albert Pickering. And he said he was inspired. Because at that time, of course, I was running with People's Patriotic Alliance. And on the People's Patriotic Alliance was Mr. Coy Smith, the son of Moveen Foy. And everybody remembers Coy, who ran, you know. Well, he was fired up and ready to go, and he was ready to shut down everything. He was about to shut down the Eastern economy. Yeah. But anyway, Coy at that time had a poultry processing plant. And Coy let me come to his plant to walk a day. And I walked in the plant one day, just to introduce me to what it was all about. And I was astounded. And from that point forward, I became a real advocate for poultry. And I'm so proud of what K&K Productions have been able to do. I'm so proud of their progress. I'm also proud that as the Minister of Agriculture, we were able to partner with the Ministry of Natural Resources at the time when Honorable Wheatley was the minister, and to give K&K a lease in Paraquita Bay to be able to expand. You know, and with the expansion, continued growth, and it's a blessing. And now to see Curtis and Berwick Lettsome to following the hurricanes, which set them back a bit, be able to build some really grand facilities. Oh, my heart is leaping with joy to see the progress. And I'm grateful that Curtis and Berwick were able to benefit from the COVID-19 farmers' grants. And while we know that some persons were not deserving or did not make good use of the money, to God be the glory, there are persons who benefited. Persons who benefited, and those COVID-19 farmers grants allowed Cortes and Berwick to invest in these facilities, and I must also recognize Republic Bank. And we want our banks to help to invest in the building of the local economy. And a great way to do it is through agriculture and through fisheries. And while I admit, Mr. Speaker, that the progress has not been as quick as I would like, and we're going to talk a little bit about that, Mr. Speaker, about once we get the money to spend, it's not just making sure it's in the budget. You have to get it spent. And you have to be able to execute. And we need to strengthen our execution. We need to strengthen our execution. Yeah? But there's a clear vision and a clear path. We have a statutory body that the new legislation, which should be coming into force in January, will establish a statutory body. And this statutory body will, among other things, be able to buy produce from farmers, purchase produce from farmers, which creates incentive. It creates a guaranteed market once you're up to the quality. And it will allow small farmers to be able to centralize their produce in this agency that will be able to do business with supermarkets, hotels, etc. Because a lot of small farmers, they don't have the consistency, they don't have the volume to be able to do serious business. So while somebody might take the stuff off of them almost as a favor to them, when you can guarantee that you're going to have the produce consistently, it makes a difference to those persons who are doing business. And what we want to do is generate greater volumes, have greater consistency, and allow the farmers. So no farmer should be able to say, well, or no person in the Virgin Islands should be able to say that I can't survive. Once you have a piece of land that you can do some farming and you can sell something to this Agriculture and Fisheries Authority, you should be able to survive in the Virgin Islands. We want to make it so that I went up by a friend of mine and he has an avocado tree. And I saw avocados just rotting on the ground. And you know how much you can get for an avocado? I mean, when I go to the store just to buy an avocado, I buy an avocado for like $4 and $5 for one. And I'm seeing dozens of avocados just on the ground. So just imagine if those persons could just have somebody picking those avocados and taking it to this particular agency and getting some money. I could put some extra money in your pocket or to pay a bill. This is where we're going, Mr. Speaker, but it has taken a long time to get the thing moving because of government. Government execution is slower than a private sector body. And there's some ways that we have to improve on that, Mr. Speaker. One thing we've been doing in some instances is going statutory. The reason why we go statutory, because government itself is not built for business. So when you have entities which are doing business, government's not built for that. You know, in some instances, I try to get somebody hired. It might take me a year to get somebody hired. And the private sector can't function that way. You imagine in private sector, it took so long to get somebody hired. You know, business would be impossible. And that's why we got help with some of the work permits and the trade licenses, etc., because those things hamper growth. They hamper commerce. They hamper development. And we have to do better. So, as I was saying before, Mr. Speaker, once you get the revenue, And once you pass the budget, you have to be able to execute. You have to be able to execute. And we have to make sure that we have a system in the public service which holds persons accountable for delivering and have a results, outcomes-based performance management to ensure that we hit the targets. We have to ensure that we have a system in place that this budget and what we have in this budget, that the public service will deliver it for us. And yes, you'll hear persons say we need more help. We need more persons employed. And I accept that, Mr. Speaker. But in addition to that, and this is something that we need to speak about, is public service transformation and the role that digitization plays in that. So now it's not just about getting more bodies, but examining your processes, making them more efficient and effective so you can make greater use of your human resource. So as opposed to having 4 persons doing a particular job, you have 1 person doing that job, aided by technology, and let the other 3 persons focus on some of the areas, other areas of need that we're calling for additional staff to do. And the digitization is very important. Not just digitization, but examining the processes. See where you can cut out the fat, where you have unnecessary duplication, replication of processes, where we're making it difficult on our customers and our clients. Make it easier, you'll collect more revenue. And I have to celebrate the Ministry of Finance moving forward with some initiatives to make sure that our revenue agencies will collect more revenue. And we'll have to, Mr. Speaker, take a look at the good standing certificates and things like that to ensure that we are collecting revenue, our taxes, that persons are paying them, okay? And we be reasonable enough to work with persons, because it doesn't make any sense to make persons starve and they still won't be able to pay you anyway. Let's work a system where we can make it easy for them to pay and we can get the revenue. We have to allow them to be able to do business so they can make the money, and we make sure we get our portion. So those are the things that we have to examine, our legislation, our processes, to make sure that we are efficient and effective. But we have to be able to collect the revenue, and the digitization will help us to do that. We have the payment gateway now. You know, that is going to help. You know, all the legislation that we were able to pass to be able to facilitate e-government, to be able to take the payments online. Now is the time to roll those things out. Honorable Penn mentioned the Trade Commission. You know, we need the Trade Commission up and running. We had some hiccups in terms of how we were setting up the agency. We appointed a board before we brought the act into force, which was not the correct thing to do. So of course, we've sent out for persons to apply to the board, and we're going through the process of evaluating them, setting up the board. And then the board will be able to hire a trade commissioner, and we'll build out the organization. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, once we go statutory, these things will become more efficient and more effective. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the budget, we are spending a lot of money on renting government offices and space. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want persons who rent in space to get worried. What we have to do is have a vision of the future. Because we have persons who are speaking a lot about economic substance and renting space to these companies to establish a presence in the Virgin Islands. So as opposed to you renting to government, you could be renting to some of these companies that are going to be setting up a presence in the Virgin Islands. So you don't have to worry about missing out on government rent. And government can take the money that they're paying towards rent and invest it in the people. Invest it in our communities. Good example is Elmer Stout High School. Elmer Stout High School, I think we had to be paying upwards of $50,000 a month. Upwards of $50,000 a month. Believe it or not. How much is that in a year? That's close to $500,000 a year. Yeah? So when you build your own buildings there at Lower Estate, that $50,000 a month or so, $500,000 a year or so, you can invest into the same school supplies that the minister is speaking about. Invest it in, the teaching aids. Invest it in the curriculum design. Invest it in the different positions for the people that we need in the education system, the educational psychologists, the special education teachers. And I'm grateful for the advocacy for the Minister of Education. Don't let them take that rent money and put it in elsewhere. Take it and put it right back into the school. That's what we need to make happen. And we need to replicate that. Save money by building space. So we have money for the halls of justice. And that's going to save us from renting space. Right? We have money in there for the Ralph T. O'Neill Central Administration Complex. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to see how we're going to get that project sped up. It's taken too long. It's taken too long. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be collaborating with the Minister for Communications and Works and Finance and the teams to see how we can get that work happening more quickly. But at the very same time, Mr. Speaker, we have to think about building more space so we could save money on rent and invest that money back into the people. That is something that we have to do. We have to save money, Mr. Speaker, by stop printing paper. Too much paper we print and we waste a lot of money. I have to remind myself how much money we are saving by doing direct deposits from the Treasury as opposed to printing. I think it was something like $100,000 a month. Just by that alone. Take that money and invest it back into the people. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? $100,000 a month you were able to save just through a decision. And if we make more decisions like that, we'll find more money to invest. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at our infrastructural development. Mr. Speaker, we take the money, the revenues that we make, and we seek to improve various areas of life here in the Virgin Islands. Our health, our education, our environment, our infrastructure, etc. And we're responsible for ensuring that we develop various parts of the Virgin Islands. Before I go to infrastructure, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that we still have a far way to go. Some areas still feel neglected in terms of development. I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I believe we've made great strides in addressing the needs of the sister island communities. We've made great strides. We still have more work to do, but we have to recognize that we've made great strides. Place like Anegada, we did. I know the Minister of Communications and Works able to articulate it, and the representative for the district able to articulate all the things we've done over there, like the work on the basketball court and the recreation field, and the land that we've allocated for the farmers, and rebuilding the administration buildings and some of the roads we've been able to do over there, etc. We know that there's still more work to be done, but some strides have been made over there in Jas Van Dyke as well. Strides have been made. I know we did the port facility over there. We did some roads over there. We've done some social homes. And then we have a nice school that is being built over there. Of course, the persons in Jas Van Dyke were very displeased with the situation with the school for many years. Certainly it was compounded by the storms, but for many years persons over there were displeased with the school, and I'm grateful for the partnership with the district representative in helping to determine where the school should sit. It's going on the hill, and I'm grateful for the way the current Minister of Education is taking that forward. And in 2023, the students, the teachers, administrators of Jas Van Dyke will have a brand new school, which will be one of the best schools in the entire BVI. So I would say that we've made strides. Virgin Gorda as well. We've made strides. You have the BFEC school over there, where it's gotten a lot of work, and of course a lot of roads and reservoirs, and work has been done. But Mr. Speaker, it's not just a sister island thing. I don't want anybody to think it's a sister island thing. There are many communities in Tortola who feel neglected. And it's just a matter, Mr. Speaker, of ensuring that the government machinery ensures that development is evenly spread across the entire Virgin Islands. You have people in Eastern Longlook who feel neglected. You have people in Bruce Bay who feel neglected. You have people in Carrot Bay, West End, they feel neglected. So it's not for us to turn against each other and fight against each other. All of us have to fight for each other. Let's fight for each other. Let's fight for each other, and let's make sure that the government machinery is able to serve the needs of all the people of our communities. And it has to do with making government work better. And now is a constitutional review. We should be focused on how we can help the public service to function better. And no one should mistake it that I'm trying to blame the public service, because I'm not. I'm just saying in terms of the structure, you have to make sure in terms of the structure is working well. That's why you can have an RDA, which is made up of mainly people who are public servants, able to deliver more. They have the same people working in the same public service. You put them in the RDA, they're able to accomplish more. It is because of the structure itself. And we have to take a look at the structure. And I'm glad I mentioned RDA, because that's an excellent example of us wanting to ensure that we put the structures in place to be able to spend the money and to deliver the projects. And that brings me to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, we have not invested enough in doing our infrastructure properly. And I'm going to speak about the complaint about the roads, Mr. Speaker, and I want the whole Virgin Islands to hear me. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that this administration and this minister should not be getting any blame for the state of the roads. I'm going to say it again. This administration and this minister should not get any blame for the state of the roads. Now, everybody knows. You ask a child in the primary school, they will tell you, if you want good roads, you need drainage. You need roads which are properly engineered with a proper base. You cannot have the water sitting on top of the road. The roads will deteriorate. Anybody will be able to tell you that. So tell me why, Mr. Speaker, I'm begging you please, tell me why in 2022, the Minister of Communications and Works has to figure out about putting drains and properly engineering the roads in the BVI. All of the money that we've made, and as I go back, Mr. Speaker, to 2001, and I look at the difference between the revenue and the recurrent expenditure, we have surpluses that we refer to as the recurrent surplus. And out of these surpluses, we have been funding our capital program. And I look back in the past, 2001, you have a recurrent surplus of 46 million. 2002, a recurrent surplus of 44 million. 2003, a recurrent surplus of 27 million. 2004, a recurrent surplus of 11 million. 2005, recurrent surplus of 28 million. 2006, recurrent surplus of 29 million. And it keeps going, keeps going. You get as high as 50-something million in 2014, 56 million. And the question is, with all the roads we paved in the past, why is it that we are not putting in the drains? Why are we not properly engineering the roads so that the first shower of rainfall, the roads are in deplorable condition? And as soon as the Ministry of Communications and Works and Public Works throw down some asphalt on the road next week or 2 weeks after is in a poor state. Now, what has this Minister of Communications and Works, what has he done? Well, he's come in and he's having a phased process of properly engineering roads and putting in the required drains in the roads. But it is expensive. It's expensive, and therefore you have to take a phased approach. And you have to do what you have to do to keep the roads drivable, while in some areas you do major works, like what we did in Fish Bay, which I believe will stand the test of time. And I will give credit where credit is due, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a fair person. Honorable Vanterpool, when he was in, he did some roads as well that were done properly and built to last on some of the hills sides. But all the time before, we doing paving, and not putting the drains in the road. And then have the gall to come and blame my minister and even myself. A member for the 8th get a lot of the blows as well. You know, it's unfair. And right now, we have a recurrent surplus, which is, it's smaller because our recurrent expenditure has grown so much. The salaries, you know, the personal emoluments bill, it grows, the rent, the goods and services, all of those things that we pay. Pensions, all of those things grow, and you have less money to spend on capital works. And what we have to do now, which sometimes the technocrats are reluctant to do because they're very cautious and they're very careful, we have to borrow. We have to borrow to get the infrastructural works done. And I'm glad in Draft B that we have some money represented here from the line of credit that we're using with First Caribbean to get some infrastructural works done. And all the members come to me and say to me that we need more money in our civil mitigation vote. Because you go into the communities and the infrastructure needs a lot of work. And these are this is the infrastructure that's servicing the needs of the people who live in our communities. And we can't just focus on Road Town. You have to focus on the communities where people live, in the communities in the Sister Islands, the communities on the extremities of Tortola. Going up the hills. So many roads are undermined and collapsing. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. We have to invest more. So in committee stage, we're going to be looking for more money to go into the civil mitigation vote so we can help the people in our communities to live in safe communities, not having to worry about whether a road is going to collapse with you on top of it. And the Minister of Communications and Works, I have great faith in that we're going to be able to execute those projects in the districts. And I'm saying to the people of the Virgin Islands, he's the right man for the job. I have a lot of admiration for how he goes about his business and how he delivers for the people. He's a man for the job. Mr. Speaker, how much time I have left?
Your time was already expired, but I'll give you 5 more minutes.
Okay. I didn't realize my time expired. Mr. Speaker, let me speak a little bit about the rated program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we passed a new Procurement Act. And basically how we did the quote-unquote bush cutting before was affected. they see it as contract splitting, and that you don't have a proper competitive process for people to win jobs. And we know that around this time, Parsons used to get a lot of bush cutting contracts. And the same thing for gut cleaning. And it's something that Parsons are dismayed about. But just like I said, Mr. Speaker, every generation has to solve a problem. This is a problem that this generation of leaders has to solve. And I see that a story in the news criticizing the unity government about the bush cutting situation. I want to say it very clearly, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem in this community as it pertains to people who are unemployed. And while we want to put band-aids on the problem, you have to solve the problem. So we are putting band-aids on the problem over and over. And I have nothing against bush cutting contracts, because it helped a lot of persons get through difficult times. But when you have a problem, solve the problem. You have an unemployment problem in the community that's growing. You have a certain portion of our population who are not getting into the existing jobs. They're having difficulty being hired in the private sector and difficulty being hired in the public sector. Now, in the past, and let's just be honest, Mr. Speaker, I'm a man who will speak the truth. Let's be honest. In the past, you might have been able to persuade a government minister who you voted for to take on some persons who were struggling to get a job. That is not the case now. It's not the case now. The public service is saturated, and it's not so easy to get a job. So we have to ensure that these persons are employable in the private sector. We're talking about some persons who didn't finish school. They did not finish high school. Even if they finished high school, maybe they didn't go on to get an associate's degree at the college. Or even some persons who have an associate's degree are struggling. Even some people who might return with a degree struggling. We have to strengthen our employment services. And hence we have a program that will help us do that by creating partnerships between different agencies. For instance, you have the H. Lavity Stoke Community College. This is a partner in this rated program, and these programs are being developed as we speak. Just as example, H. Lavity Stoke Community College introduced a marine training program that hit the target, because we spoke about what a thriving charter boat industry that we have, and our people have not participated at the levels that they need to. Marine training program has created an avenue for those persons to get into the industry and to get into our economy, and not standing on the outside of the economy looking at everything happen. A perfect way for the persons who are unemployed to be able to get into our economy is through that marine training program. We did the same thing for solar technician training. We did something for hospitality, but we have to enhance that. We have to create a means of our people getting into the hospitality industry more easily. I see it happening in some instances. I'm happy. Persons who went to school here, went to college here, I see them working in some areas of the hospitality industry. We have to create a means of those persons getting into managerial positions. And it's not going to happen just like that. We have to have them apprenticing. We have to have them getting in at some of the lower levels and working their way up so that they can be a part of the prosperity that is what is taking place. And that's what the rated program is for. And the irony of it is we're criticizing persons because of the same bush cutting. But we have the formation of a program that will solve that challenge plus the overall challenge of unemployment. And we have some money budgeted in that, in the budget for the rated program. And I want all of us to get on board. This rated program is not just for people cutting bush. It's not for that. Even though I know that's going to be attractive to persons, right? We want persons to be able to, the R stands for registration. So we want everybody to get registered for the program. The A stands for the apprenticeship. So we want to have apprenticeships, and we want the business community to come and sign up and say, I want to take on some apprentices. And the T for the training, which we'll be doing through agencies like H. Lavatista Community College. E is for employment opportunities, where you see the men and perhaps some women right now getting some temporary employment under public works. And let me say, they're cleaning the side of the roads, and they're doing an excellent job. They are doing very well. You know, I saw the ones coming down Lil Dix Hill. Excellent job. And then we have some who coming from, they were coming from Brandywine Bay area. Clean up the place, very, very nice. And hopefully we won't have a challenge with the bush in the community now. When we really get that program rolling, I want them to hire more people and clean up the place, because really and truly the bush was out of control. It was out of control. It's a problem that we didn't necessarily cause. It was caused by things that we didn't control. But it's our job to solve it. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you giving me the few minutes. I'll certainly wrap up. I won't abuse the consideration that you have given me. Mr. Speaker, we call this budget. It is I think, let's see if I can get the exact name. I don't have it in front of me, but it's budget on reform, recovery, revenue, resilience. There we go. Resilience, revenue, reform, and recovery. The Virgin Islands in transition, Mr. Speaker. Resilience, revenue, reform, and recovery. The Virgin Islands in transition. Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands is in transition. I am very optimistic. And for me, the Virgin Islands is on the brink of a new era. This new era, Mr. Speaker, is an era where we solve some of those challenges of persons being able to participate in our economy. That we break some glass ceilings in the Virgin Islands right now, and we see persons who work for financial services and tourism, that they're able to rise to the ranks and get top jobs. We see this as a Virgin Islands where we are able to diversify our economy, and that we'll start to see more people like the Curtis Letsums and the Al Pickrins, more persons investing in the agricultural sector. They see the opportunity before their eyes. We see a new Virgin Islands where it's much easier to do business, that we're able to streamline processes, that it doesn't take you months and months and months to get a trade license or a work permit. We see a new Virgin Islands where we have proper maintenance program for our schools, and that we are able to attract persons to the teaching profession through better salaries. And we're very much looking forward to salary review and keeping everybody in mind that to be able to pay better salaries, we're going to have to grow our economy to make more money. And we're not afraid of doing that because we know our people deserve better pay, top level pay. And so we can get that top level service. We see ourselves having a new Virgin Islands where we have properly engineered roads with proper drainage. We see ourselves in a Virgin Islands where we are diversifying our tourism product, having more entertainment like the return of the music festival, which we are very much looking forward to, and all the other festivals. And we see a Virgin Islands with persons who are in their cultural fields, our cultural artisans, that they are able to make a living through linkages with our tourism sector. And that our farmers and fishers will create greater linkages with our tourism sector. This is the new Virgin Islands that we are committed to building. And to be able to build that new Virgin Islands, we need buy-in from the people in the community. And some persons come to me and tell me, well, I ain't in that unity thing with you, you know. And it's symbolic. Because now the Virgin Islands needs unity more than ever. We need unity more than ever. We must be unified. And that's not just a question of a political grouping. That goes beyond political grouping. That goes to how we interact with each other as a Virgin Islands people. It doesn't mean that you have to agree on everything. But you don't have to try to kill each other. One faction try and kill another faction. You have a proper debate. You have a proper discussion. And then let the chips fall where they may. I'm not trying to kill Honorable Penn or Honorable Turnbull or anybody else. So Honorable Maduro Keynes or Honorable Flagshaws. I'm not trying to kill anybody. Let's all work together in the best interest of these Virgin Islands. And where we disagree, let's agree to disagree. We have a good, solid debate, a good discussion, and at the end of the day, if I didn't change your mind and you didn't change my mind, well, that's life. We have a referendum that's coming up now. Don't get vexed at the referendum. You have your say. Have the discussion, have the debate. Let the chips fall where they may. Don't be afraid to have a discussion and a debate and to express your view. I have a view. I'll express my view. I'm not afraid to do that. You can express yours. So, and we have many other debates and discussions to have in these Virgin Islands, and we cannot be afraid to deal with the tough topics. We have a constitutional review right now, Let's have a discussion and a debate about the stuff in the Constitution. Let's have a discussion about debate about changing some of the structures in the Constitution. How about we take the public service from where it is and put it someplace else? That's a debate and a discussion. Don't be frightened about it. This is how you grow and you develop. The Virgin Islands has to be a country of ideal, a burgeoning country of ideas. So, Mr. Speaker, unity is the key to our success. Not just unity, but hard work. Being willing to work hard. The planning that we mentioned. We have to plan if we want to be successful. And I'm grateful that I have received, Mr. Speaker, the Sustainable Development Plan that was delivered to me. And I'm looking forward to the implementation, that plan coming to the House of Assembly, and that plan being accepted, and then we move forward to implementation of the plan. And that all the political parties will take a look at it and will decide we buying into this plan for the Virgin Islands that was voted on in the House of Assembly. I'm looking forward to that, Mr. Speaker. So again, I say, Mr. Speaker, it is an honor and a privilege to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. It is an honor and a privilege to serve the people of the 7th District, Mr. Speaker. I would not be here without the people of the 7th District, and they continue to inspire me with their resilience and with their strength in the midst of tough times, Mr. Speaker. And we are looking forward to delivering for the people of the 7th District and the people of all the districts as we continue to embark along this Virgin Islands journey. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2023.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year 2023. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. This Honorable House is now in committee stage. I call on the Minister of Finance, Honorable Premier. We have no other committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the expenditure estimates for the year 2023 have passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Appropriation 2023 Act 2022 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Appropriation 2023 Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Appropriation 2023 Act 2022 and shall come into force on the first day of January 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call on the clerk.
Item number 8, other business.
I call on Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great relief that we have passed the budget for 2023. But I do have a New Year's wish, Mr. Speaker. Better roads, the Trellis Bay Visitor Center, that is completed, the water pumps that we've been waiting for the wells at Paraquita Bay, the eradication of colonialism, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I've been in many meetings where we have met with persons who want to finance some of these infrastructural projects within the territory. And I hope that a lot of that will come to fruition. I am happy that American Airlines, through their wholly owned subsidiary, Envoy Air, will be landing at the Terence B. Lettsome Airport on June 4th, 2023. That is going to be a game changer. We have been listed number 8 with Forbes as one of the places to visit for 2023, specifically Virgin Gorda. And Mr. Chair, this is where I want to make a comment. I will not apologize for being a Virgin Islander. I will not apologize for being a Virgin Gordian. As the famous Calypsonian has said, tell them I say, I was born in this land, I go die in this land. Nobody gonna run me from where I come from. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be a yes woman. And there are many factions out there and in here who do not want persons to disagree or have a different opinion. But, Mr. Speaker, the end of the year is coming, and I will not be a yes woman. I'm not against what all of us in here, I think, want. But right is right and wrong is wrong. We all lobby in our own way, behind the scenes, in front the scenes, all over these Virgin Islands, for a better Virgin Islands, not for those of us in the room, but for the people of these Virgin Islands. I speak when I need to, and I'm silent when I need to be silent. I may not win every victory. I may not win every war or every battle that is fought in this house. I may not always vote with the majority, but be rest assured, I am here defending the people of these Virgin Islands. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend season's greetings and a Happy New Year to all. I also want to extend condolences to all who have passed this year, especially my brother-in-law, Mr. Linton Scatliff. Mr. Speaker, I didn't think that his death would affect me the way that it did. But as a family, we are all sticking together through thick and thin, disagreeing or not, having various opinions. And a new year is coming. And we all need to be able to make the decisions as to whether we will speak or whether we will remain silent. As I pulled a quote recently that said, "Noise creates illusions. Silence brings truth." And so sometimes some of us have to be silent, not making any excuses. But when you don't hear me, I am behind the scenes working only with one goal in mind, and that is to better the lives and livelihoods of persons in these Virgin Islands. So for this Christmas season, please don't overdo it. Be vigilant, be safe, be resilient, be strong. And again, I will say it because I want it to be heard. I will not apologize for being a Virgin Islander, and I will not apologize for being a Virgin Guardian, because all the people of the Virgin Islands, including those on Virgin Gorda, not because I live there, but they depend on me too. They depend on me too. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, it's been a great run for 2022, and we expect better things in 2023. Because at the end of the day, all of us are Virgin Islanders. It doesn't matter which rock we lay our head on. All of them are beautiful alike. And as I mentioned yesterday, one hand can't clap. And I want to again give a major push. I hope that when June 1st, 2023 comes around, that visitor center up in Trellis Bay is completed. It is the gateway to many of the sister islands.
I remember.
And so
I remember. We have decided that everybody gets
I understand what you're saying, and I'm finishing up, Mr. Speaker, and I'm asking your indulgence for one more minute.
Go ahead.
June 23rd, June 1st, 2023. I'm saying it to whoever it needs to be said to make sure that that visitor center is done. It is long overdue. Make sure the roads are ready too, because I drive to Beef Island almost every day, and it's not a pleasant drive. But we have to be hopeful that in the new year, these things will come to pass. Again, I extend season's greetings to all. Be safe, be vigilant, as we Virgin Islanders are resilient in our own right. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Frank Charles. Honorable members, I'll extend the 2 extra minutes to everyone if you wish to do that, since we already gone over the 2 minutes, just to keep it at a fair. Anyone else? Is there anybody else willing to give greetings? If not, I recognize Honorable De Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to greet the people of these beautiful Virgin Islands in the spirit of Christmas. I wish everyone a prosperous and productive holiday season. Of course, it is the most wonderful time of the year. I was born in December, so we get the privilege of aligning it to be the best month as we celebrate Christmas. I want to take this opportunity to just recognize the people of this territory for your continued encouragement. 2022 has been a challenging year, but it has also been a year that has presented much opportunity. In spite of the opposition, we have definitely seen the opportunity in it, and I want to truly express my gratitude to the people from the 4th to the 9th District for your prayers, for your encouragement, for your words of wisdom, as well as caution and even criticism, because it has truly helped to make myself and every single one of us better representatives. Mr. Speaker, just let me say that it is truly an honor and a privilege to serve in this government of national unity. We all know the events of this year. Just about 7.5 months ago, we would have faced much adversity. But in the spirit of being true Virgin Islanders, we rose to the occasion. We prayed, we held each other's hand, we encouraged each other, but most importantly, we willed ourselves to do what we believe to do what we believe to have been in the best interest of the people of these Virgin Islands. And I want to express my sincere appreciation to the entire House of Assembly members for your continued support and encouragement as we've gone through these times. I want to recognize the staff at the House of Assembly for your hard work throughout the entire year. You support us in a tremendous way, and we are appreciative to you, Clerk, Deputy Clerk, Madam Speaker, in your absence, Deputy Speaker, and the entire public relations team, as well as the media team represented here from CBN. Truly, I want to also take this opportunity to show my appreciation as well to the Cabinet Office for their support as well. Just being a new minister and having to become au fait with the processes, it's truly been a blessing to have public officers who have been willing to assist and guide us along the way. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the budget that we have just passed is representative, I believe, of the needs of our people. We were able to band together and reevaluate, shift, move things around to be able to accommodate the various needs in all sectors and institutions. And I'm proud to be a part of this government of national unity that would have been able to, in spite of adversity, pass a budget that is reflective of the needs of the people, but also of the advancements that we would want to achieve as a territory. So, Mr. Speaker, I close by acknowledging the many persons who will not be celebrating Christmas with us this year due to their passing. We remember them in a special way because the memories that they have left with us reminds us that we are privileged to have known them and to have experienced their love and their warmth. So as we celebrate this Christmas season, you know, we consider the gifts that are wrapped under the Christmas tree, but I believe the best gift of all is just being in the presence of family. And I just want to extend my deepest and best wishes for the holiday season to the people of the Virgin Islands from the 4th to the 9th District. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year when it comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words on the other business. I take this opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous New Year. A special holiday greetings to my people of District 6, or as we call it, Zone 6. I love you, I appreciate you, and I thank you for your continued support towards me for the past 11, 12 years. As we enter into this holiday season, I want to remind us of the reason why we celebrate is the birth of Jesus Christ. So in all our doing, let's not forget to give him thanks and to give him praise, because without his birth and without his death, we would not be here. So, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all my colleagues in the House, and we look forward to a more bright and prosperous 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keynes. I recognize Honorable Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I count it a joy and a privilege and a tremendous honor to be here in the hallowed walls of this house in 2022 to close another year, and I want to state my gratitude to Almighty God for keeping me alive and keeping us alive in this season and in this time. And I want to ensure that I give my sincerest and heartfelt thanks to the people of the 2nd District who have sent me here to represent them and to fight on their behalf. And over the last 7 months, Mr. Speaker, I believe we have all joined in a fight, not just for the 2nd District, but for the entire Virgin Islands. And Mr. Speaker, I want to state to the members on this front bench, to the members behind me and the members all around this house, that it has been a tremendous honor to fight the fight that we've been fighting for this Virgin Islands over the last 7 months with each and every member. And I know there's a lot of work yet to do, but I believe we have been able to make an imprint and an impact to represent the continued democracy of these Virgin Islands. I want to express sincere gratitude and appreciation to my classmate, my friend who, while on the opposition, we would fight from time to time, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, Premier of these Virgin Islands. I salute you, sir, for your first budget, and I want to say I appreciate your willingness to take the lead in a very uncertain time, but knowing that you had the support of everyone in these Virgin Islands and in this front bench to lead us this far. So I want to say again, sir, I appreciate you and I want to thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone in this house, the clerk, you, the speaker, the substantial speaker, Mrs. George Massicott, and the entire team for the hard work that they do and have done, the media team and everyone that has captured. This is my time of the year, Mr. Speaker. Christmas time, where I go caroling with my family. We have been doing it. I have been doing it now for some 36 years. Every year I haven't missed a Christmas. And we have houses we're going to be. We did Bridge to Bridge in Kinganeme, and now we're going to be caroling throughout the 2nd District. We have 2 clashes that I'm looking forward to. One with a church named New Life Baptist Church that I'm looking forward to, and another with the Rima, Henley, Myers family who are having their reunion. But I just want them to know they're in for a treat because we bring in some special artillery there. So look out for our videos on Facebook, Mr. Speaker. This is my time of year. I want to say to our seniors and those who are bereaved, those who are sick and not doing so well, my prayers are with you. Those who have lost loved ones, I know it is going to be a tough time of this year, and I know that God is going to continue to lead us. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to wrap up simply in the way that I think would be most fitting by just reading something for the people of these Virgin Islands. It's a simple song, and I say, the Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family and your children and their children and their children. May his favor be upon these Virgin Islands and 1,000 generations to come, and the families and families and children of this beloved country that we call home. Mr. Speaker, I will fight every day and every night for the advancements of this country because it has helped to shape me to be who I am. On behalf of my wife, my daughter, the 2nd District community, from Just Van Dyke to Tortola, and this entire BVI, I say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and may we continue to lead this Virgin Islands in a new direction for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Turnbull. I recognize Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here with great humility and gratitude to be in this hallowed house here at this end of this year, what was a rather turbulent year, a year of challenges, a year of uncertainty, turmoil. The Speaker, the people of the 9th District sent me to this honorable house when the 9th District was probably at its lowest point after the hurricanes of 2017, when we had to rebuild. But just like Joseph went from the pit into slavery, into prison, to rise to prominence, we too, through resilience and with the help of God, rose to be on Forbes' list, to be number 8 place to visit in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I want to be mindful of all those families who lost loved ones, particularly mindful of my cousin Forby, who's to be buried in 2 weeks' time. May the family find comfort at this time. Instead of celebrating the Christmas there, I actually have to be involved with a funeral. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and my family, I want to bring greetings to all the residents of the BVI, particularly those at Enegada and Virgin Islands, for whose trust I carry to be in this house to help them to advance themselves. Mr. Speaker, no matter what we go through, it is with great anticipation and great hope and great faith that we move forward with this country to make this place, to make this world a better place. Again, season's greetings to all. May you have a prosperous New Year and a very Merry Christmas. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Whitley. I recognize Honorable Malcolm Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity just to quickly and briefly give my sincerest holiday greetings to the people of these beautiful Virgin Islands, and particularly to the people of my beloved District 8. people who have sent me here religiously, people who I have the greatest admiration for, and I'm humbled and honored of the privilege to serve in their name in these hallowed walls. Speaker, this year has been marked with tremendous sadness. Many persons have lost loved ones, particularly from our community. And most recently, the senseless killing of Kadeem, one of the young people who I've seen grow up in Paramtown in our community, someone who was a model father to his children, never ever leaving them behind. Really sad to see what has happened in terms of the crime situation or territory. I encourage our people to use different avenues to settle your differences. It doesn't have to be from the barrel of a gun. And I think we have to preach harmony and unity and living in unison in this community. So to his mother, Maisie Velda, I want to express sincere condolences to her and the entire family, to his children and his partner. I want to express condolences to them. And to all the other families who've lost loved ones in this territory, I just want to express my sincerest condolences. I know Goldie Gums, who's be laid to rest over the weekend, and Ms. Todman from Seacoast Bay. I intend to go to both funerals on Friday. And I really want to express to my friend Eileen and her family condolences on the loss of their mother, and to my friend Michelle and former FS, Mr. Forbes, on the loss of their mother during this very difficult season. It's never a good season to lose a loved one, but particularly during the Christmas season, it hits even more difficult when you lose a loved one. I also want to express to those persons who might be having difficulties during this time, I want to ask us as a community to hold our people and our fellow brothers up in your prayers and find ways where you could spread a little joy, a little cheer to someone who might be in need during these very difficult times. We have a lot of persons who are homeless, people who are having difficulties just finding their way. I know that and I forgot to mention it in the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say it right now, we are part of the budget process. The Ministry of Health is procuring a social home to assist with the transitioning of those persons who have found themselves on some hard times. And we could get them off the streets, get themselves back on their feet, get them in the rated program that the Premier has started, get them into some form of employment, and just get them back on their feet. And I want to thank the Premier for his support so we could get such a facility to facilitate the vulnerable persons amongst our population. But again, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my family, I would like to extend sincerest holiday greetings to all the people of these territories, and particularly my amazing and adoring people of District 8. I thank you, I love you, and I look forward to us celebrating together into the new year.
I thank you, Honorable Penn. I recognize Honorable Clive Weimer, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during this time of the year, many of us look forward to spending time relaxing, just to take a break, spending time with families, spending time with friends. Some of us, we look forward to going out caroling and singing and bringing Christmas joy. Some look forward to helping and supporting others. And Mr. Speaker, during this time of the year, I just want to recognize the essential workers, nurses, the doctors, or firemen, firewomen, those workers at Water and Sewage Department, those at Public Works, Department of Waste Management, all those essential workers who during this time continue to work while many of us are home enjoying the holidays. So I just want to acknowledge them and let them know that we do care about them and we appreciate the work that they do. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge those persons in my district that has placed their confidence in me to have me here in this honorable house, that I could represent them and by extension this territory of the Virgin Islands. And as other members have shared their love, I too want to let them know that I love them and I do appreciate them. and I will be coming out tomorrow on my truck caroling with the 4 Strong Band, and we'll be giving out toys to the children of the community. We'd also be giving away $1,000 for the best lit decorated vehicle and $300 for the best lit scooter. So we are just trying to bring a little different flavor to our community this year. And I encourage everyone to come out and join us so we could spread our Christmas cheer. But Mr. Speaker, as I go through this year, I started this year, yes, on the front bench, but I'm ending this year being the Deputy Premier, and I want to acknowledge the Premier, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, for placing that confidence in me so that I can stand here and support him and this entire government. And I also want to congratulate him on yet his first budget. Came in on time. This is something that we have seen since being elected, where all the budgets are now on time, and we are passing a balanced budget as well. And we acknowledge the Ministry of Finance, the Minister and his entire team for continuing to put this territory and keep this territory on the right trajectory. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I know we are allotted just a few minutes. Again, I wish each and everyone a happy and a Merry Christmas, and may God continue to richly bless these beautiful Virgin Islands. And for those persons who are sick, those who are shut in, I ask that persons call someone, visit someone, say a prayer with them, say a prayer for them, and let's always put God first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Abu Raima. I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me appreciate you for holding the fort and for also conducting yourself with such professionalism and with such class. And I think you've done an excellent job in being in the chair. And I'm not saying that just because I want a little extra time, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it's been a difficult year. People of the Virgin Islands have gone through a lot. And, you know, at this moment, despite our challenges, I feel hope. I feel optimism. And this is not where we were just 6 months ago. You know, just 6 months ago, you know, persons like, you know, felt like life was over almost. And persons were downtrodden and sad. And I just want to say to the people of the Virgin Islands, you know, to keep the faith. And with God, all things are possible. And be encouraged. And be inspired to build a new BVI. And to love one another. And to love and protect our families. And I'm very happy and very proud to be a Virgin Islander. And we were able to pass this budget, which belongs to all of us. I'm thankful that I'm in the position to be able to pass this budget as the Minister of Finance. And I also want to thank the Ministry of Finance and the entire team. I want to thank the Speaker and the clerk, deputy clerk, and all the staff of the House of Assembly. I want to recognize the ministers of the Government of National Unity and all the permanent secretaries and all the persons who work within those ministries and those persons who are on the back bench, as well as those persons in the opposition. everybody who is working on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, the persons in the private sector, the persons who operate non-profit organizations, everyone who is playing a part in keeping these Virgin Islands moving, progressing, developing, growing. I want to recognize you. I want to let the public servants know we didn't announce this, and it's something we should announce, that we have put some money in the budget for increments, to pay increments to our hard-working civil servants. Yes, who we know that inflation is killing you. We know that the prices have gone up in the supermarkets, at the gas stations. And while it was very difficult to find the resources, we let the team at Finance know that we cannot pass this budget without paying to civil servants what they have worked for and what they deserve. So hopefully that will help somebody have a good Christmas, just having those that knows. And I want to join with my colleagues who have offered condolences to persons who have lost loved ones. And of course, my colleague made mention of Kadim Jimenez. And I as well, spoke to his mother, his children, his partner, and offered them my personal condolences on his passing. And we also discussed the matter at National Security Council. And I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we will not rest until this crime situation, which is a threat to our personal security, a threat to our economy, a threat to these Virgin Islands, we will not rest until it's under control. And of course, the police commissioner spoke to us about the strategies that he is employing to address the crime situation. And the Deputy Premier and I, we have pledged our support. And of course, we understand that it's a holistic problem that we have to tackle. Parents have a responsibility as well to ensure that we raise our children with the right values. We have to ensure in our school system, in our social system, in our churches, in our communities, that we teach persons how to resolve conflict peacefully, and that we give persons alternatives to a life of crime and robbing and killing. So it is very troubling because, of course, the gentleman lived in the Brady Gut community, and he traversed the 7th and 8th districts. And we've seen other acts of violence in the 7th and 8th districts, and I must make mention as well of that horrific killing when one cousin killed another. And I pray, Mr. Speaker, that we repent of such behavior, and that we pray for God to clean our hearts of whatever the hatred is in our hearts that would lead us to injure our brothers and even kill our brothers and sisters. And as we go into this new year, I just encourage one and all to be more loving and more kind to each other, and embrace the fruits of the Spirit. Be more patient, more long-suffering, and don't wish evil on your neighbor. I find that in these Virgin Islands, we express too much unkindness and too much hatred. In fact, I would have never thought, Mr. Speaker, getting in this position, that it would have inspired so much hatred by so many persons. But I'm grateful for those persons who express love Because as my cousin Ritical says, love is the greatest, and as the Bible says that as well. Yeah. Faith, hope, and love, the greatest of these are love. Love is the greatest. So I'm grateful for those who love me and who encourage me and who push me to be better than I am and who accept me even for my mistakes and my failures and those areas where I fall short, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the people of the 7th District. And Mr. Speaker, I know that given the weighty responsibility I have as Premier, as a Minister of Finance, that certainly the people don't see me as often as they certainly would like to, but I want to let them know that the work that we are doing is work for the people of the 7th District and the people of the whole Virgin Islands. Some people may not understand how much getting a direct flight to the Virgin Islands would help you in the 7th District or help you anywhere else. But that is helping to build our economy and build opportunities for all persons. And we are laser focused on ensuring that persons have opportunities to participate in our economy through programs like the Rated. But when you build your economy, you have more money for roads, more money for schools, more money for clinics, more money for all of the things that will serve our community. And it's our job in here as ministers, as members of the House of Assembly, to ensure that that prosperity is spread throughout the Virgin Islands. That is our job. So we are working very hard to improve the lives of the people of the 7th District and the entire Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, next year we're certainly approaching the time when many persons will have a lot to say. Mr. Speaker, as we go into 2023, I encourage all persons to let's take a new page. As I said back in 2019, let's turn the page on the type of campaigning we did in the past, where we throw mud at each other, where we spread false rumors on each other, where we try to tear each other and kill each other. Because we know what was able to save our democracy here was coming together in unity. And that's a unity that we cannot abandon as we present ourselves before the people again. We must ensure that we make the 2023 campaign season about ideas, about a roadmap, about who's able to deliver, and not about the mudslinging that we have seen in the past. Let's leave that alone. And certainly it's going to have time coming up for us to get into, who should represent the people of the Virgin Islands. Until then, we're going to keep working for the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to appreciate every single member of this government, and I want to thank them for when the moment called for them to step forward, they were ready. They were ready. And I'm grateful for them for being ready when the moment called for it. I appreciate each and every one of them. And it's certainly not easy to have 3 different parties join together and to be able to make it work. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we have conducted ourselves very admirably, given the situation. And I believe the people of the Virgin Islands have benefited as a result of it. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a better and a brighter 2023. I ask the people of the Virgin Islands to use wisdom, to search themselves and find the right stuff to confront the challenges which are ahead, and to not allow anyone to divide us or rip us apart. I encourage the people of the Virgin Islands as we move into 2023 to keep our eyes on the prize, to participate as much as possible in the discussion of the constitutional review, so that we can ensure that we have the Virgin Islands that we want, the Virgin Islands that will take us 10 years, 20 years, 30 years into the future. And Mr. Speaker, again, I just want to recognize the people of the 7th District who allowed me to be here, allowed me to fulfill my hopes, dreams, and aspirations of helping and bringing change to the Virgin Islands and to the people of the 7th District. And you can expect that we'll have lots of great things happening in 2023 and beyond. And I'll just close by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be giving out gifts in my district. I believe that is, I think that's on the 24th. I have to check the date on that. I'll be Santa in my green suit once again. And no, yeah, Santa has green suit. It's not the Grinch. I'll be giving out gifts in my district. And on the 25th, which is Sunday, we'll be having our customary Christmas party in the 7th District up there in the area of the Stickett and Longlook Park. And there'll be food, there'll be bouncy house for the children, and ice cream and music and all types of good things for the people to enjoy. As was said before, of course, we didn't have the money this year that we had last year, but we have come together as a community. You know, we have many businesses who have agreed to contribute, and we have been able to make it a reality by God's grace. And I want to thank the business community for contributing to our annual Christmas party. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will certainly close off by wishing everyone a very safe, a very enjoyable, love-filled, and close-knit Christmas and New Year when it comes. And again, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank the staff here at the House of Assembly for all you have done, and all the people of the Virgin Islands for all you have done here in 2022. And I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to all that we have to accomplish in 2023. God bless the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I too would like to adopt most of what the members have said here today, but not everything that they've said, but adopt the majority of what they have said. People of the Virgin Islands, we are in a time that we need to love and be together more than anything else at this time. I would like to encourage you all to continue loving and sharing and show the love and joy to your neighbor, your friend, in everything that we do. Life is what you make it. So I want to encourage people, I want people to remember, God is our natural environment. We were created to live in His presence. We have to be connected to Him because only Him does life exist. Let's stay connected to God. Remember, the water without fish is still water, but fish without water is nothing. The soil without the tree is still soil, but the tree without soil is nothing. God without man is still God, but man without God is nothing. Let us continue to love each other for this Christmas and share the joy. And I would like to wish the whole staff of the House of Assembly and their families a Merry Christmas. God's blessings, everyone. Thank you. I call on the clerk.
Item number 9, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House sine die.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
This honorable House is adjourned sine die.